Good afternoon, members, and welcome to this meeting of the full council. During the meeting today, I'll be making rulings on process and conduct during the meeting and would ask council to abide by the standing orders and rules of debate. At certain times, I may seek guidance from my advisors. Should we need to adjourn, I will inform council of what is happening and time for us to reconvene. If member speeches run over the time allocated, I will allow you to finish your sentence, but ask you to finish as quickly as possible. I would like to take this opportunity to remind members that there is no local government equivalent of parliamentary privilege. Members will therefore be liable for any defamatory statements they make, and may I also remind councillors of the requirements of members and officer protocol. If you wish to speak during the meeting, I would ask you to raise your hand and wait for me to invite you to speak. Please raise any points of order verbally. I will then pause the meeting and deal with the point of order. When raising a point of order, please state which procedure, rule or law has been breached. All votes will be conducted via the electronic voting system today. If we receive any amendments to recommendations before council today, I will adjourn to ensure that all members have adequate time to read the amendment. I move to item 1, apologies. Are there any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We have apologies from Councillors Dam, Simpson, Rebecca Smith, Finn and Beer.
Can I ask if there are any further apologies? No. I move to item 2, the minutes. I move that we agree the minutes from the 17th of March 2025, 28th April 2025 and the 16th of May 2025 as a correct record. Deputy Lord Mayor, will you second my proposal?
I'll second your proposal.
Thank you.
I'll second your proposal.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak? Thank you. We move to the vote now. Please vote using the buttons on your unit: green in favour, red against and amber to abstain. The vote is carried. I will sign the minutes as a true copy. I move to item 3 on the agenda, declaration of interest. Can members please make it known by raising their hands if they have any private or disclosable pecuniary interests in any matters on today's agenda? My advisor will take a record of the interest declared. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a private interest in item 12A, as my employer has mentioned.
Councillor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just the same interest as Councillor Taylor, because my employer has mentioned.
Are there any further interests to be declared? Thank you. I move to item 4, appointments to committees, outside bodies and council proportionality. There have been no changes to committees since our last meeting, so we'll move on. I move to item 5, questions from the members of the public. There are 2 questions from members of the public today. First question is from Clara Wilkins, but she's not here, so we'll move on. The second question concerns training to cuts to welfare from Matthew Surtees. Would you like to ask your question?
Councillor Evans, do you agree that the Labour government's cuts to welfare will significantly impact the people of Plymouth, and are you prepared to publicly condemn the actions of government in relation to these cuts in the same way that Labour councillors have done in other parts of the country?
Leader, would you like to respond, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Surtees, and it's very surprising to see you here today, given the fact that you blasted all over social media yesterday that I had blocked you. I had blocked you from asking this question. So, first of all, in answering this question, I'd be very grateful if you would issue a public apology to me for your misrepresentation of what I did and didn't do in this respect. I had nothing to do with you being blocked. And in fact, because you're here today, it's quite clear you weren't blocked. The government has published a green paper. This is not a decision, but it's the commencement of a consultation that is underway and will not finish until the end of June. In fact, the government held a public consultation event on the Green Paper in Plymouth on the 13th of May at, I think, Methodist Central Hall. I would encourage anyone with an opinion on the proposition contained in the Green Paper to respond. The government is currently demonstrating that it is carefully considering feedback, including from the Labour Party members and councillors. The government is being responsible in asking people to engage with them in making submissions to informed decision making, and I'm sure that all representations will be carefully considered. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That concludes questions from members of the public. I move to item 6, announcements. It is with great sadness that we note the death of former Judge William Taylor, who since 2004 has been an honorary recorder of the City of Plymouth. Judge Taylor earned this recognition, which follows immediately behind the role of Lord Mayor in order of civic importance, thanks to a lifetime of service to the city. I'd like to send my condolences to his family at this difficult time. Our finance department is celebrating after 2 exceptional apprentices made their mark at this prestigious Local Government Apprentice of the Year 2025 competition. Anya Stevens has been named runner-up in the national competition, whilst Lucy Gregory, who reached the final stages, demonstrating the outstanding calibre of talent we're developing within Plymouth City Council apprenticeship programme. Leader, do you have any announcements?
Yes, Lord Mayor, I do. First of all, if I may, I had the privilege of leading Plymouth's delegation to the UK Real Estate Investment and Infrastructure Forum, which is nominally known as UK REEF. And we went to Leeds, and it was a fantastic week. We had a clear purpose in going to REEF, and that was to shout loud and proud about Plymouth's ambition, our potential, and our readiness for growth. We weren't there just to attend, we were there to lead, to connect, and to inspire. Because for Plymouth, growth isn't just a buzzword, it's a necessity. It's about jobs, homes, innovation, and opportunity. It's about building a city that works for everyone. From the moment we arrived, the energy was electric. Day one kicked off with a bang. Our stand was buzzing with interest, and we hit the ground running with meetings, networking, and a strong presence across the event. We were there alongside major cities and regions, but we made sure that Plymouth's voice was heard. We're not just a coastal city, we're a city of ideas, of resilience, and of bold ambition. One of the highlights was our panel session, where we brought together key voices to talk about the future of cities like ours. We spoke about the power of place, the importance of sustainable development, the underlying need for long-term investment in infrastructure and skills. I was proud to see Plymouth leading the conversation, not just reacting to change, but shaping it. Throughout the week, we met with investors, developers, government officials, and partners across the UK. We showcased our major regeneration opportunities, from the Freeport to Ocean's Gate, to the city centre, and to the waterfront. We talked about our strengths in marine, in defence, in digital, and in clean energy. And we made it clear, Plymouth is open for business. But UK REEF wasn't just about promotion, it was about connection. It was about building relationships that will unlock real benefits for our city. We had meaningful conversations that we're already following up. Conversations that could lead to new investment, new jobs, and new opportunities for our residents. For example, we had a fantastic conversation, one of many with Homes England. Earlier this year, we launched a bold new plan together to deliver up to 10,000 new homes in the heart of Plymouth. This isn't just about numbers. It's about creating a vibrant, livable city centre that supports our growing workforce and attracts new talent. At UK REEF, we built on this momentum with strategic conversations about other key sites. Marcus Rayland from Homes England was clear. Plymouth offers one of the most compelling investment stories in the country. With the right partners, we can deliver high-quality homes, strong returns, and transformational change. And this partnership is already bearing fruit, and it's only just beginning. What struck me most was a shared sense of purpose in all our conversations. Across the country, councils are grappling with similar challenges: housing, climate change, economic resilience. But there was also shared optimism, a belief that with the right partnerships and the right vision and the right leadership, we can build better places. And Plymouth is absolutely part of that story. So what do we hope to get out of it? Tangible outcomes. We want to see investment flow into our city. We want to accelerate delivery of key projects. We want to bring partners on board who share our vision for inclusive, sustainable growth. And we want to help to keep raising Plymouth's profile nationally and internationally as a city that's going places. UK REEF 2025 was a milestone for us, It showed that Plymouth belongs on the national stage. It showed that we have the ambition, the assets, and the leadership to drive real change. And it reminded me, once again, why I'm proud to lead this city. Growth matters, not just for its own sake, but because of what it means for people, for families looking for a decent home, for young people seeking opportunity, for business ready to expand, for communities that deserve investment and pride in place. Our message, Plymouth is ready, and we're just getting started. If I could give you a quick update on LGR, we received a letter, a long-awaited letter from MHCLG last week about our growth area proposal for local government reorganisation. Don't worry, it's not finished yet, but I'm going to tell you roughly where we're about. We received constructive feedback from the government in May on our interim plan. They welcomed our initial work and confirmed that flexibility exists around a 500,000 population. I know we've been talking about the worry about that, but there is flexibility. So that really means that they support our approach. Importantly, they confirm that boundary changes to existing district boundaries are possible with strong justification. Again, we believe that we've made the case strong justification. This aligns with our proposal for us to be a continuing authority. That's what we'd like to do. We'd like to continue to exist as a distinct entity with one clear voice, rather than dissolving into a county-wide structure. That could only dilute the city's identity and strategic role as a regional and economic and defence hub, which I think we're all agreed on. We've launched our Big Community Conversation, which is a public engagement initiative involving a series of events hosted by cabinet members and officers. These sessions give communities the chance to share what makes their area great, to identify challenges and discuss future opportunities. We want to understand what it means to live in places like Cornwall, Wembury and Agborough. For those unable to attend the events, we also have an online survey available until the 9th of July on the Council's website, and we really want to hear as many voices as possible. In the coming weeks, though, we'll also be announcing engagement sessions for residents living within the current city boundary, because it's important that we hear those voices too, and about those communities. We'll keep councillors informed, but please sign up for the Big Community Conversation website to receive alerts and information. That's not just you councillors I'm talking to there, I'm talking to people outside as well. While government will conduct formal consultation next year, we want our proposal to truly reflect local needs and aspirations, and I'll continue to provide updates to Council and the LGR team on, to make sure that we answer any queries that you have. I just got a couple of other things. Grateful to Cabinet colleagues for being in place for these. We had the amazing ABP Millbay formal opening last week. £23 million upgraded port facilities in Millbay. And this investment was made possible due to the MOU that we signed 2 years ago, which was basically levering the Freeport and Levelling Up funding. Now, the new facilities not only improve the passenger facilities, but also future-proof the port at Millbay for Brittany ferries, with key strengthening works and a new set of ro-ro ramps. The new quayside is now capable of handling containers, and we'll be seeking to drive exports through the Freeport. We also talked about the joint investment in shore power and our joint ambitions for net zero. Watch out for an announcement on this in the coming weeks. There was the topping out of the latest City Council direct development at the Freeport in Beaumont Way, Langage. Last week, Councillor Lowry topped out our latest direct development. That's the 11th which will provide industrial units for the marine and defence sectors. Devon contractors are progressing on the construction of these units, which range in size from 750 square metres to over 2,000 square metres. The usual stuff: BREEAM excellence, net zero status, of course, utilising a lot of natural daylight as well, which will help with the requirement for, lower the requirement for lighting. Again, £4 million from Freeport seed capital funding matched by the council, and that's going to create 138 new jobs. Fantastic. Now, yeah, well, that's right. I mean, I suppose one of the things we can't understand really is why the private sector haven't latched onto this, because we before we've had the keys handed over, we've fully let it. So it's extraordinary demand for these sort of units. National Marine Park, I don't know whether you noticed, but we were on Country File. I mean, I'm sure you're all regular viewers of that, but it was able to highlight the amazing project with the rays. That was amazing. Still on iPlayer, I think. So far been seen by 6 million people, so great advert for the city and surrounding areas. And the Mountbatten Centre refurbishment started work on the 24th of March. This is going to be amazing. It includes opening up the reception area to provide a warm and inviting welcome, creating a new ground floor cafe with direct access to outdoor seating and spectacular waterfront views, and new changing facilities fit for the 21st as opposed to the 20th century, which I'm sure will be of great benefit to the thousands of school children that come to Plymouth for those facilities from all over the country every year. And also, of course, we're doing work to the 17th century artillery tower on top of Mountbatten. We're going to be instituting better visitor facilities up there. Tinside improvements are on track. We'll be opening soon with a new terrace cafe, event space and youth hub. More on that later too. And I was delighted to have met the Fishing Minister, Daniel Zeitner, who came here for a visit, firstly to unveil, to lay wreaths on Plymouth Hoe at the Fisherman's Memorial on Plymouth Hoe as part of National Memorial Day for Fishers. But I was also able to meet with him in the evening and the following day to talk about the issues around our fishing port, the need for investment in our fishing port. And I'm also, as a result of that connection, we've been helping to support the fishers who've been fished out by octopus. Now, I'm told that the plural was octopod. I didn't know that until about 5 minutes ago. It's not octopi, just in case you were wondering. But we've had an invasion of these octopuses, which have a predilection for crab and lobster, which means they're eating stuff that normally is sold all over Europe. As a result of Daniel's intervention, we have managed to get the local fisheries committee to abandon temporarily their hatches at the back of these pots, which will allow currently allow the octopus to escape. Now they've been shut back so that they can't escape, and the fishermen can now sell them, which will compensate a little bit for the money they're losing through the crab and the lobster. The thing is, we're currently pursuing the possibility of a major research project. The reason for this octopus invasion is actually due to a 2 degrees higher warming of the waters in the western approaches and into Plymouth Sound. That's caused this. It caused it in France last year, and it now looks as if it's happened here. So we need to research what's happened so we can take action. That's all I've got. That's quite a lot, isn't it? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leader. Do any other Cabinet members have any announcements? If so, please make it known by raising your hand, and I will call on you to speak. Councillor Aspinall.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And can I say a big thank you to you and your consort for attending, along with me, our Celebrating Excellence in Care Awards, which was held on Saturday. And thank you to the Director of Adult Social Care and his brilliant team for helping celebrate our adult social care workforce. We hold our Celebrating Excellence in Care Awards annually, except for during COVID, obviously. And it gives us the chance to celebrate with staff, whether they are working in the city's care homes, delivering domiciliary care, or in supported living. Carers are nominated by their peers, residents, and the public, and a panel of experts decide on the winners. We received more than 400 nominations this year, and it just shows how much talent there is across the section. It's a glorious night where we look back with pride on all the hard work of the previous year, and we take stock and thank our social care workforce for everything they do. The 31 awards included Innovation in Using Technology, Care Worker of the Year, and the People's Choice. So congratulations to the 48 people and teams who won their awards or were highly commended. Secondly, Carers Week is next week. The 9th of June starts Carers Week. It's an annual campaign to raise awareness of caring, highlighting the challenges of unpaid carers, how they face it, and how we should recognise the contribution they make to families and the communities throughout the UK. It also helps people who don't think of themselves as having caring responsibilities to identify as carers and access much needed support. It's important to remember that a carer is anyone who looks after a family member or friend who has a disability, mental or physical illness, addiction, or who needs extra help as they grow older. The impact of caring on all aspects of life, from relationships to health and to the finance and how people manage daily. Many feel that caring is one of the most important things they do. We know that caring without the right information and support can be tough. It is vitally important that we recognise the contribution carers make to their families and local communities, workplace and society, and they get the support they need. The theme for this year's Carers Week is Caring About Equality, calling for an equal society where carers are truly valued, recognised and supported. And to this end, we will be having information on our website, and I would encourage people to look at it and to make sure that they spread the information. Lastly, just before tea break today, we are going to have a film or a clip about supervised toothbrushing. Supervised toothbrushing is essential to make sure that our young children gain good habits for life. Many of us that were at the council meeting held in the Guildhall several years ago, when we were just coming out of COVID, about the number of teeth and young children that get extracted every year. And you'll remember Councillor Lang standing there with a jug in one hand and a bowl in the other and pouring over 3,600, luckily, soya beans into the bowl. And that is approximately the number of teeth that are extracted each year. Some because of abnormal jaw shape, etc., but the majority through bad teeth. So we've had a good success with the dental school and with a company that the ICB have commissioned to teach how to supervise the youngsters with, and it's a brilliant little clip that you'll see, and I challenge anybody not to be singing the song at the end. One of our democratic officers is now singing it to himself as he's brushing his teeth daily, because he's watched this film so many times. So take it with good heart, but know that we're there at the moment with little ones, but I'm hoping the Dental Task Force on Friday will have some further news about it being extended. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Penberthy.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. As you're probably aware, the Council by statute has an opportunity every year to revise the Council Tax Support Scheme. I would like to take this opportunity to inform you and the rest of Plymouth that we're planning to maintain the current scheme for the next year. This will mean that recipients of legacy benefits currently migrating to universal credit will not face additional uncertainty during this process. I would now like to take this opportunity to bring a number of events to your attention. Yesterday marked the start of International Pride Month. Until the start of Armed Forces Week, we will be flying Pride identity flags outside the Guildhall, and over the summer season, a Progress Pride flag will be flown along our other standard flags on the Hoe Promenade. On Saturday the 14th of June, our trans community have organised Plymouth Trans Pride. We will be flying the trans flag outside the Guildhall over that weekend. Plymouth Pride this year is a community pride event with activities happening in a variety of places on Saturday the 12th of July and in the weeks preceding. We'll be flying the Progress Pride flag outside the Guildhall that weekend. Lord Mayor, I'm sure that you will join with me in thanking all of the LGBTQ+ community groups who are organising events and activities over the coming weeks as part of International Pride and Plymouth Pride and Plymouth Trans Pride. And I'm sure you will join with me in hoping that all of them will be successful. Lord Mayor, Plymouth is celebrating Refugees Week from the 14th to the 20th of June with the theme Community as Superpower. The week will launch in the traditional style with the Plymouth Hope Festival, and as well as sports and music includes open days, arts and crafts events, films, food, showcases and activities. It's a packed week, and I'm sure that you'll join me in thanking Hope, Devon and Cornwall Refugee Service, Open Doors, International Language School, the Give Back Project, the Red Cross, START and Community Builders for organising all of the events, and wish all participants an enjoyable time. Finally, Lord Mayor, today marks the start of the 41st National Volunteers Week. This provides us with an opportunity to recognise, celebrate and thank all of the incredible volunteers we have in the city for all they contribute to our local communities, the voluntary sector and society as a whole. Recent data shows that 38% of our residents volunteer regularly and 19% of them help their neighbours out on a regular basis. As a council, we actively support volunteering within the city. We facilitate the Plymouth Volunteer Coordinators Network, a group of 67 volunteer-involving organisations, in order to promote partnership working, good practice and mutual support. I would like to thank the network for the support they provide to volunteers across the city. I'm sure that you'll join me in thanking the Box, Plymouth Sound National Marine Park and the National Trust, who are working with us to offer a programme of exciting free events during the week for volunteers and their families, to say thank you to them, culminating in a thank you event on Saturday at the Box. Plymouth City Council volunteering programme works with a range of organisations to develop best practice for volunteering opportunities in the city and to ensure that they're the best quality that they can be. This includes providing training and induction sessions to new volunteers in the city. Last year, 114 people participated in this, and we run workshops for organisations such as how best to support asylum seekers and refugees to volunteer, effective safeguarding, and safer recruitment processes. Volunteering is a key pillar of our community empowerment programme. It supports delivery of community services, enhances personal well-being, helps create a sense of belonging, cohesion, and builds skills. We also actively support our staff to volunteer and have recently extended this through the promotion of Time for Good as a route into grassroots volunteering. Lord Mayor, I'm sure that you would like to join with me in thanking the almost 700 local residents who volunteer with Plymouth City Council in projects such as our Good Neighbour Support volunteers, Community Digital volunteers, Changing Futures volunteers, the Ocean City Event volunteers, Library Service volunteers, Pool Farm volunteers, the Plymouth Natural Grid volunteers, the Youth Justice Service Restorative Panel volunteers, Plymouth Information Advice and Support for SEND, the National Marine Park, the Box, the Elizabethan House, and the Plymouth Bus User Panels. Plymouth volunteers make a massive difference to the lives of local people, and I'm looking forward to saying thank you in person to some of them at the Box on Saturday, but wanted this chance in full council for us all to acknowledge the enormous work that volunteers do here in the city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And before I start making the first announcements in my role as a Cabinet member, I just want to give my thanks to Councillor Coker for all the guidance, support. And huge commitment he's given to this city over many years. And I'm size 12 shoes, but he's got quite big shoes to fill in, and that's no mean feat. So I just want to thank him, and he was testing in the last month or so when you hear officers sharing how they've become better in their role because of the way Mark has challenged them and supported them and guided them in his role. So let's kick off. As members will know, the A38 Manhattan Interchange Scheme is planned to provide junction capacity improvements, walk-in and cycling improvements, and bus service improvements, as well as a nature hub and outdoor recreation space. To help us gain a deeper understanding of the aspirations of road users, residents, businesses, visitors, and other stakeholders regarding the scheme, we are currently in the middle of a 6-week period of extensive consultation, working with an external engagement company, ECF. This company is an experienced company with local knowledge, and they're applying the gunning principles to ensure the consultation is robust, has real scope for influence, and will help to understand and incorporate community feedback into the final project. Briefings have so far been provided at ward level to members of the adjacent wards, that's Budshead, Compton, Buckland, Ham and Peveril, and to our 3 MPs who cover the Plymouth area. Briefings have also been provided to organisations such as the police, the NHS and Babcock. Letters were delivered by courier on Tuesday the 29th of April to local residents whose properties are potentially impacted. These letters invited the residents to get in touch to arrange a bespoke and confidential meeting at a time and place convenient to them, whether this is at their home, at Ballard House, or via phone or Teams. Many meetings have already been held, and we will send a follow-up letter to those we have not heard from yet. Approximately 450 letters were sent to those residents and businesses to arrive by the 2nd of May. This included a fact sheet with an invitation to take part in the upcoming engagement exercise. And a further 12,000 letters are being delivered to residents in the wider area this week, inviting them to get involved in the engagement exercise. And I want to express my gratitude, Lord Mayor, to the officers and staff for the robust yet sensitive way they have conducted the public engagement stages of this consultation, particularly with residents living within the vicinity of Manhattan Roundabout. Further highway news, we continue to use the velocity spray injection patching to deal with potholes or road defects, and that would not otherwise meet our safety defect intervention levels. This has been very successful, championed by Councillor Coker, and helps to combat more patches than traditional methods, using less resources and producing less carbon. And as you may be aware, the carriageway resurfacing programme for the coming year has an estimated value of £604,000, with resurfacing taking place to 8 sites on the following roads: Drunken Hill Bridge and Underwood Road in Plimpton Earl and Plimpton St Mary's, the lane straddles both wards; Ham Drive, surprisingly in Ham; Fort Austin Avenue in Buckland; Folliott Road in Southway; New Passage Hill in Devonport; Budshead Road in Budshead; and Kinterbury Street and Buckwill Street, just close to here, in St Peter's in the waterfront. And as well as this, there are patch surface work going on across all wards, and you may have seen it happening in Princess Street on your way in today. Let's get on to the buses now. Following the representations made by elected members in Plymstock Dunstan and Plymstock Radford, and after many requests from their residents, we will be reinstating a bus shelter opposite Plymstock Library on Horn Cross. This is as a result of an increase in passenger patronage at the stop. In fact, a 250% increase since 2019. We're also reinstating bus shelters at the bottom of Southway Drive and on Clitterford Road, adjacent to Langley Crescent. There have been changes to the bus network since the original decision was made to permanently remove the shelters, meaning that they now have the patronage to warrant a shelter being put back in. Additionally, following a site visit with Councillor Coker and myself and Councillor Poyser, we have added end panels to the Chadlewood District bus shelter on Glen Road to improve weather protection at this location.
Can I ask you please to complete your sentence? We've had now the 30 minutes.
Oh, have we? Yeah. Okay, sorry. Okay. Bus shelters gone there. The Park Crematorium bus shelters are underway. And I'd like to flag up to you this is a long sentence, Better Transport Bus Day on the 17th of June. Read about it on the website. And I'm really pleased that my final part of the sentence, the cycle and road pedestrian crossing will be happening in Stoke and St Peter at Millbridge, and the Woolwell to the George cycle path is forging ahead, and Councillor Beer would be happy if she was here that the Cot Hill crossing will be happening in Plimpton Hill soon. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. There we are.
Well, we've run out of time, so we won't have any more questions or announcements from committee chairs, I'm afraid. I move to item 7, the Provisional Capital and Revenue Outturn. Outturn Report 2024 to 2025. Councillor Lowry, would you like to introduce the report, please?
Good afternoon, Lord Mayor, and yes, I'm very happy to introduce the report and welcome you to your first full council, chairing the first full council, and wish you the very best of luck. I'm sure it's a lot more challenging than you wish for. So this is the provisional outturn report, and it needs to be described as such because it's subject to an audit by our external auditors, and once that audit is done, of course, it will then go back to the scrutiny panel for further consideration. The 12 months position is balanced, nil overall spend against a net revenue budget of some £241.622 million and a gross expenditure budget of some £625 million. This is a significant achievement, and I'm delighted that officers and members have been able to accomplish this achievement and provide you with a balanced book for this financial year, and thus protecting public services that the council delivers. You've heard me say time and time again, adult services, children's services, special educational need, placements and homelessness. These 4 departments, we are seeing a significant increase in demand from the residents of our city requiring our support. We're seeing more adults at home needing our support. We're seeing more children, sadly, either taken into residential care or requiring foster carers to look after them. We're seeing an increase in the number of children being sent to SEND placements, and sadly we're seeing more families becoming homeless due to the lack of housing available in our city. And once again, as you've heard me say before, 83% of the revenue budget we're seeing here today is being spent on the provision of those 4 services. I just briefly want to assure members that in response to those concerns, we are providing additional adult facilities, we are building children's homes, we are providing extra foster carers, and of course we are providing more placements in our schools for SEND and building more homes. But back to the finance specifically, this achievement is a significant one which I'm delighted about, and it shows our capability and financial competence. So this year, in addition to what we normally do, we've had an external review by CIPFA have come back and give us some assurances that actually our finances are in a good place and give us a clean bill of health. Whilst it's been necessary to draw down usable reserves to support this position, it has not been necessary to use the working balances, and going into the financial year 25-26, the working balance will remain over 5% of the revenue budget. This provides a solid basis for the council's ability to deliver the 25-26 budget. There is also a commitment within the medium-term financial plan to add to the level of reserves in future year budgets. Moving on to the capital programme for 24-25, there was a budget of some £109 million, equating to 91% of the capital programme for quarter 3. And I'm pleased to be able to confirm that 73 million of that grant, of the £109 million we spent this year, £73 million of it was grant funded, i.e. given from either the government or other organisations to enable us to deliver growth in our city. The capital expenditure for 24-25 and going forward into 25-26 will deliver such projects as Woolwell to the George, the rail station regeneration scheme, investment in housing projects, the tackling of homelessness, the introduction of zero bus emissions, the delivery of our ambition for the Plymouth and South Devon Freeport, the Armada Way regeneration scheme. You heard Councillor Stevens talking extensively about his highway maintenance programme and drainage and essential engineering projects, and additionally the key regeneration of our waterfronts such as Tyneside Lido and the National Marine Park. By its nature, the outturn report is looking backward, and this report will go to our auditors, our management scrutiny board, and the Audit and Governance Committee, and is here for noting. I would also like to thank officers and members for their hard work to get to this position, and I'd also like to say congratulations to Lucy and Anna, who you saw earlier on, from the finance team. We are all very delighted that their apprenticeship is working out fantastically, and they are becoming much better at help giving me the support we need along the way. So this is the outturn report for the last financial year, and it's here for Council to note. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Evans, OBE, I understand that you were seconding the report. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
He didn't tell me. Can I reserve my right?
Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Lugger.
I thank you, my Lord Mayor. As always, we are grateful for the expertise and hard work of Councillor Lowry. Certainly significant progress has been made. I note that there's much work to do and we're not at the end of the tunnel quite yet. I note the contents of the outturn report, my Lord Mayor, with some concerns and observations, which will be best channeled through the conduit of the Audit and Governance Committee and Scrutiny. I thank Councillor Lowry for the ongoing work and note this report. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Evans, OBE.
Thank you very much indeed, Lord Mayor. I just didn't want to add very much because I think Councillor Lowry covered matters excellently. But I did actually want to add my thanks to him, to echo those of Councillor Lugger. A source of great frustration to the previous 151 officer in the council, but Mark is well regarded nationally for his work on finance. You'd be hard pushed to find a cabinet member anywhere in the country that brings as much life experience and just plain nous to this task. Balancing the books, we're the only part of the public sector that's required to balance the books at the end of every year. Every other part of the public sector, whether it's defence, the NHS or whatever it is, can overspend. Not that their heart's content, but they can overspend. Here, we must make sure that we balance the books at the end of every year, and we do, under very challenging circumstances. And as Mark has described, the impact of our use of capital resources to derive so much benefit for local taxpayers through the skill of our investment team, a team, by the way, that Mark was instrumental in founding, means that we have managed to avoid many deeper cuts that we might otherwise have been forced to make. So we congratulate him, we congratulate the people in the investment team, and we congratulate our hard-working finance team and our outgoing 151, David, that we paid tribute to before, but I paid tribute to him again today. Thank you.
Councillor Lowry, would you like to sign up?
I'm in danger of blushing, Lord Mayor. I'll take those comments. And yes, thank you very much for everyone for your support, because actually it's not just about me, of course. I'm the sort of the figurehead who gets to present this report. There's an awful lot of hard work from members and officers behind the scenes to achieve these objectives. And as Councillor Evans has just referred to, David Norby, who's even become a very good friend of mine as a consequence of us working so closely together to achieve these objectives. And I look forward to hearing about his explorations across the globe. And I would just finally say, I know there's a lot of information in this very complex report, but both members, myself and officers in the finance team, if anyone wants to go through any of the financial stuff in detail, we're more than happy to sit down and help and assist them to do so. And I would gratefully take up those offers if people do want to get more involved. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor will note the report. I move to item 8, Scrutiny Annual Report 2024 to 25. Councillor Stevens, would you like to introduce the report?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It gives me great pleasure as the outgoing chair of the Scrutiny Management Board to propose the Scrutiny Annual Report to City Council for 2024-25. This year's scrutiny panels have undertaken over 61 hours of scrutiny meetings, examining 174 reports from council officers and partners, a 26% increase on the previous municipal year. And this year has also seen the formal reintroduction of the Scrutiny Management Board, which has acted as a coordination platform to effectively delegate, monitor and prioritise scrutiny across the 4 panels. As outgoing chair, I would like to extend my thanks to all members, officers and external partners who have contributed to ensuring a successful year of scrutiny. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Murphy, I understand that you were seconding the report. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
I'd like to reserve my right to speak, Lord Mayor.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, members of the Council. Well, thank you, Councillor Stevens, for presenting the annual report, which has been done for many years, summarising the activities of scrutiny. I have to say, though, that I do note in paragraph 10.1 that there were no call-ins of any executive decisions made during this municipal year, or the last municipal year. And I think I would ask you, do you believe that's cause for concern, given the fact that actually the operation of questioning and scrutinising actually enhances decision-making? Given the fact that we have seen some changes in the last year with a number of motions on notice being referred to the Scrutiny Management Board, I have to say that I'm not sure that, through you, Lord Mayor, that it's working as it was intended to be done when it was advocated at a council meeting, in that actually the arrangements for the proposers and seconders attending the Scrutiny Management Board being given prior notice that their motion would be debated by the Scrutiny Management Board, and for there to being adequate and comprehensive discussion of the items that were brought to full council have actually taken place. Now, the annual report doesn't make reference to the fact that really, in my personal opinion, Lord Mayor, as a mover of a motion and colleague as a seconder of a motion, is not addressed in this report. But I would hope very much, and I welcome, through you, Lord Mayor, Councillor Coker's new role, and sad to see him move from the Cabinet, but welcome his expertise in the Scrutiny Management role, that this is something that is addressed as we look at the Constitution, the effective scrutiny and challenge of decisions of the Executive in this Council. So whilst thanking the Scrutiny Management Board and Councillor Stevens for all the efforts that all of us have put into scrutiny in the last year, there is certainly, through you, Lord Mayor, room for improvement in the next year, and I certainly think the Council's Constitution does need to be deeply considered to allow free speech, call-in and challenge of executive decisions. Thank you.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Evans, OBE.
I do feel I need to stand up and speak to Councillor Nicholson's remarks, because there's some of us who've been here a while, and you'll remember this, because this happened in the aftermath of your leadership of this council, when we had to have people from the Local Government Association come in and advise this council about the way in which it was operating scrutiny. And one of the features which the LGA regards as a failure of scrutiny is an over-reliance on call-ins, because it's a failure of pre-decision scrutiny and of conversation between the executive and the backbenchers. So I don't rise to share Councillor Nicholson's view that having more call-ins is a good thing. In fact, the Local Government Association would tell you it's a bad thing. And I don't think we should be amending the Constitution to make it more easier to have bad things happening in this council. I think we've got the balance right.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Murphy, do you wish to speak?
I think Councillor Stevens has said everything that we need to know, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Stevens, would you like to sum up?
No, I concur with the leader, and also Councillor Nicholson. I note that what you've shared with us now was shared at the last Scrutiny Management Board for us to be aware of. So it's already been sorted. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Council will note the report. I move to item 9. Audit and Governance Chair's Update Report 2024 to 25. Councillor Allen, would you like to introduce the report?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I am pleased to present the Chair's update for Audit and Governance Committee for the 24 to 25 year in accordance with best practice. The report provides a comprehensive overview of the committee's activities as required by the Constitution. Our responsibilities include receiving and reviewing reports from both internal and external auditors, ensuring that management teams implement audit recommendations effectively, and overseeing matters related to risk management and corporate governance. Throughout 2024 to 25, the committee has met on 7 occasions, focusing the programme of work on key areas including internal and external audits, risk management and fraud prevention. We have reviewed and endorsed the annual governance statement, thereby supporting the maintenance of robust and transparent governance processes across the Council. In addition, we have ensured that the annual statement of accounts accurately reflects the Council's financial position, providing a fair and balanced view, and alongside had to navigate the unprecedented position of being asked to provide final approval for 5 sets of statements of accounts going back to 2019 to 20 in order to comply with the national audit backstop arrangements. As the Council continues to navigate complex and challenging decisions, the Audit and Governance Committee remains steadfast in its commitment to delivering independent oversight and maintaining a high level of scrutiny over audit assurance and reporting arrangements. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Rainsford, I understand you are seconding the report. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right? Thank you, Councillor Rainford. Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, members. Well, I would like to congratulate Councillor Allen for chairing the Audit and Governance Committee during the last municipal year. It's been a challenge, as indeed Councillor Allen has alluded. The committee, and as a member of the committee, have been party to many of the discussions that Councillor Allen has chaired. I would raise, though, 2 points. Learning experience, and I think I've raised these before, Councillor Allen, and I hope very much that under your stewardship as we move forward in the new municipal year that these can be taken on board. For the considerable activity of signing off the statement of accounts for 2019-20 to 23-24, we were given the night before 350 pages of documentation to be reviewed prior to the meeting of the Audit and Governance Committee the following morning. As a point of practice, that is unacceptable for any committee, not least the Audit and Governance Committee, to have to deal with as part of good practice for members of this authority, or indeed any public body, to review in an appropriate timescale. Now, I know that legally you have to publish the agenda, but good practice should be that we publish all committee papers 7 days before. I do understand that there are pressures within the organisation in terms of completing reports, and we were relying on external auditors in many respects. But I think we do need to put a marker down that as a standard approach, we should not allow, and I would hope you as a politician in this authority, as chair of the Audit and Governance Committee, would not allow in future substantial documentation to be presented to members so late before the meeting takes place. I'd also ask through you, Lord Mayor, as again a standard approach, that when hefty documents are reviewed by the local authority, track changes should be evident so that members don't have to read 500 pages of a document to pick up the few changes that might take place. These are standard requests that members have made in the past. I don't wish to diminish the work of the Audit and Governance Committee and the work that you've done as chair, but I hope very much that we will learn lessons in the next 12 months to improve our performance nonetheless. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Lowry.
Lord Mayor, I rise to thank the committee, because normally the Audit and Governance Committee sits 4 or 5 times a year. On this occasion, it's had to sit 7 times and for very long periods of time. And as Councillor Nicholson set out, they've had to read an awful lot of papers right through the sort of wee hours of the night to get to where we have got to. So I just would firstly like to thank every member of the committee for their incredible hard work this year. And whilst I accept Councillor Nicholson's comments in respect to the provision of that documentation on late on that occasion, which is entirely right, because it was also equally late for me and I had to do exactly what he was referring to. But I would remind him and the committee that those papers have been presented to you on numerous occasions before. Every year those papers are sent to you and not able to sign them off because we haven't been able to finish the audit. On this occasion, the audit was finished as a consequence of the backstop, so therefore there was a legal requirement on this one occasion for them to be signed off in a hurry, which is exactly what we did, and I thank all the members for their hard work in achieving that objective. And I do concur his comments in respect to track changes. If we can take that forward, officers, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Rainsford.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, the committee did read thousands, literally thousands of pages of documentation, and on that one occasion we were asked to really step up and go above and beyond what we would normally be expected to do. I know the chair will respond more fully on that, so I'm happy to second the report.
Councillor Allen, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Just very briefly, Councillor Nicholson, thank you for reminding me of the issues that you've already raised during the year at Audit and Governance Committee meetings, and I'll be sure that this doesn't, as far as I'm able, I will do my best to make sure that that doesn't happen again. But I do also note Councillor Lowry's point that these accounts were published previously and we have all had the opportunity to read them previously. Nothing else to add. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. We will note this report. I move to item 10, decision to be reported. As set out in Part C, Section 320 of the Constitution, urgent decisions are required to be reported at the next ordinary council meeting after they were taken. This provides the detail of an urgent decision taken since the last ordinary meeting of the council. Deputy Lord Mayor, I understand you will second this report.
I will second this report.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Pemberton.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. As the decision maker, I think I maybe should stand and explain to full council. Since the Household Support Fund was first established, under a previous Conservative administration nationally. Whether it has been a Conservative or a Labour administration locally, we have always faced the same problem, that it's a bit of a Brucey bonus payment that comes out from the DWP and tends to come out at the last minute. And in this case, on the 4th of March, we were told we would be receiving over £4 million for this financial year. One of the bits of the Household Support Fund is that we use it to provide vouchers for recipients of free school meals in order to cover costs of food during school holidays. We had 4 weeks from the announcement of the grant to the start of the school holidays to set all of that system in place, both to procure the vouchers and to distribute them. Had we made a decision under normal rules, which we would have been very happy to do otherwise, we couldn't have guaranteed that in the Easter holidays, children in receipt of free school meals would have had a voucher. I felt that that was inappropriate, and it was better in this instance to agree urgency in order that those school meal vouchers could be purchased and children in Plymouth who needed them the most were able to have food provided during the school holidays. Were it not for that element of the Household Support Fund, Lord Mayor, I would have put it through due process. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Ney.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is a question for Cabinet Member. With regards to the urgent decision, on page 77, decision 5, about the grant for energy for older people, is that a new grant that's come in this year with the cancellation of the winter fuels allowance, or has that always been there?
It's not for Councillor Penbertha to answer questions at this point. Does anybody else wish to speak? I will now sum up and propose Council note the report. Council will note the report. Councillors, at this point, I would like to move a procedural motion to suspend standing orders for the Chair of the Armada Way Independent Learning Review, Mr. David Williams, to introduce the panel's report and the Chief Executive to introduce the action plan. Mr. Williams, the Chief Executive and the Monitoring Officer, to take any questions for item 11, that's the Armada Way Independent Learning Review report. Deputy Lord Mayor, will you second my proposal?
I will second your proposal.
Thank you. I would now move to the vote now, please, using the buttons on your unit, green for in favour, red against and amber to abstain. The motion is passed. So, anybody like to raise a question? Sorry. My apologies. I move to item 11, Armada Way Independent Learning Review report. Mr. David Williams, the Chair of the Armada Way Independent Learning Review and Chief Executive, over to you to introduce the report and the Council's action plan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and good afternoon, members. First of all, I'd just like to introduce Sue Foster and Jeanette McGarry, who formed the independent panel with myself. The work that we did, I think it's fair to say it was both detailed and complex. First of all, as a panel, we'd like to thank all the participants, and that includes the 110 members of the public who made representations. I think it was over 35 people that we interviewed, and also to the staff of the City Council and the members of the City Council who helped us through the myriad of material that helped us come to our conclusions. As you'll see from the report and from the brief for the report, which is included in the appendices, there were many facets to this. Our report goes through them in the same order that they are set out in the brief for the independent review. We set out what we thought were the key events and what to the panel were the significance of those events in section 5. It's got quite a long history, this one, as you know, and it took us right back to Abercrombie's vision for the city in the 40s, because his vision of a regimented boulevard of trees was so important to what then transpired. The removal of the existing trees was assumed but was not always sufficiently clear in the consultations and the engagement that took place over a long period of time. When focus centred on the tree loss, as it did, the scheme had many facets, including sustainable urban drainage and transport issues as well, but the focus was on the tree loss towards the end, and by that time it was too late really for major change or to gain acceptance for the rationale for the removal of the existing trees. So the tree loss overshadowed other aspects of the scheme and pressure mounted, not just from the vociferous objectors and challenges that the council faced, but also in terms of delays to the finalisation of the design, the complex environmental regulations that the council had to work through, time constraints related to the central government funding that form part of the base for the payment for the scheme, looming local elections, the bird nesting season, a desire on the part of the council to re-engage with the public at a very late stage, and also the processes of decision-making in line with your constitution. And all of this was compounded by an overstretched council that has wonderful ambitions and appetite to improve your city. It was compounded by high inflation, particularly following the pandemic and the impact of Brexit, and that inflation was particularly high in regard to capital projects. The pandemic also led to significant delays and gaps in engagement with the public. And I think the pandemic also highlighted and heightened the public's appreciation of its urban green spaces. So all of those things compounded the pressures on the council. The council also had limitations on the capacity for project management, and its record keeping at times exposed those strains and cracks. When I said that we followed the brief, the one area where we departed from the brief, and this was in response to what we heard from those that we interviewed, was on the subject of well-being. And I would say that most of the people that we interviewed spoke to us as a panel about both their well-being and the well-being of their colleagues, whether that was members or officers of the council, and we felt that that required reference in our report. So throughout the report, we've highlighted detailed learning points. We've brought those together in the 18 recommendations that we leave you with. We hope that these will help this council progress with its ambitions for this marvellous city. Lord Mayor, thank you.
I can just add a few points in relation to the action plan. Firstly, I just want to thank the panel for the hours and hours they've put into reading a huge amount of information, for meeting individuals that have been interviewed. I just want to say thank you to them. This learning review is not about whether trees should have been cut down or not. This is actually about the circumstances leading up to a decision. And organisations that want to be the best learn and make sure that they do learn. And so we very much wanted to take an approach that's very similar to the way in which you'd approach a child death or any other issue, which is very much about learning. This is a learning review, it's not a blame review. And in doing so and hearing and reading the report, it is a hard read. It is a hard read for me, it's a hard read for those that were closest to this. But it's absolutely right that we learn from this. And what we can see from the report is that there are areas that we came up short, and for that I apologise. We've taken the opportunity, we've accepted the 18 recommendations, and you'll see in the action plan what we've done is we've rejigged those just so they make sense in terms of taking action against those areas. So you'll see they're set out under the governance improvements, looking at engagement and communications, project management, and I also very much thank the panel for the comments and reflections that they've had and others in terms of the comments given to the panel in relation to well-being. What I'd say is my reflection is that this is a complex issue, and you can see by the nature of it how intertwined issues become. So there isn't one thing, and that's so often the way. We learn from things that go well, but unfortunately, we often learn best from things that don't go well. And so the opportunity that we're taking here is to make sure that everything we do comes up to the standards that we'd want for the projects and programmes that we run as a council. I'm pleased that the panel have recognised the ambition of this council. I think they've also recognised, and the point that I've made is that this isn't a city that I see as being anti-tree in any way, and in fact we've just been awarded status as a tree city of the world, but this is about processes, procedures, this is about how we approached an issue. And as I say, that learning is really important, but it's also important that we have perspective on the fantastic work that happens in our organisation every single day. 536, that's the number of children in care tonight. Corporate parents, 536 children. 280 disabled facilities grants undertaken last year. Each of those are individual projects that allow families to stay together, that extend properties, that put facilities in, that enable people to lead the lives we want them to lead. 1 million, that's the number of visitors at the box. Just hit that mark. So you can see that we are a council that 370 services every day of the year, a capital programme that is massively ambitious, but actually ambitious places want to do the best. And so that opportunity to, as I say, to take the learning that we have from this review and really make sure that we are held to account for the improvements that we make. And that's why one of the recommendations is for the Audit and Governance Committee to oversee the implementation of the recommendations. And you'll see that there is an ambitious timescale for that. We know there are some things to get right, and we want to make sure that we are consistent in everything that we do. So happy to answer any questions, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, David and Tracy. Can I remind members to ask one question at a time and reserve speeches and statements until we debate the report once the standing orders have resumed? Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, panel. Quick question regarding the time frame grid on page 7 of the report. It jumps from the Abercrombie plan of 1943 straight through to the year 2003. But out of interest, why wasn't the works taken to the public realm in the 80s mentioned in the report at that stage? I appreciate it probably comes up later in the appendices, but that was a significant piece of work in the time journey that you've laid out in the report? Thank you.
Lord Mayor, thank you for the question. In a way, I think you've answered your own question. It is referred to later on in the report. What we've tried to do in that table is to highlight those elements that we thought were most significant. And I think that you can see that between 1943 and 2003, there are a good number of issues that we highlight there.
Are there any more questions? Councillor Macleay.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to the panel for all of the work that's gone into this, and to the officers for some really solid work on the action plan. So the report is full of learnings. One question that still sits with me is what more can we do with the public to rebuild trust, which really is the crux of what we're trying to achieve here. So within the report, I was really pleased to see more robust consideration given to public consultations. It's a step in the right direction if it's done thoroughly. But what I was saddened is that the public only had hours to submit questions on this report after its release. And I can't help but feeling that alone has gotten us off to a bit of a bad start. What I wondered was whether consideration would be given to other ways to open up public engagement, such as extending the deadline for questions, allowing more time for questions, and also proactively releasing information to get ahead of rising FOI costs.
Lord Mayor, just in relation to questions, public can ask or submit questions for any of the council meetings. There's no restriction to say that because there was a deadline that which is the deadline. It's not a imposed deadline for one particular meeting. That is the deadline for submission of questions. It is always possible for the public to ask questions at another council meeting or at other times. There are a variety of ways in which people can ask questions.
Councillor Holloway.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, David and the team, for your work. It's a really thoughtful, nuanced, important piece of work. My question was sort of not dissimilar to Councillor Macleay's, which is about trust, and it's hard built and easily lost in public life, as we know. There's a lot of mention about trust in the report itself, and I just wondered for if you had to sort of give us kind of, I know it's really difficult to boil these things down, but if you had to sort of for members of the public who might be listening to this online, if you had to sort of boil down what your lesson to this group of 57 individuals here is about how we can rebuild trust and do more, should similar things happen in the future. For the people watching online, what's your message to them about how we as a group build trust in the future?
That's a tricky question. I think my message would be around the clarity of the purpose of engagement and making sure that, and I've seen this in work that you've done as a council subsequently, but making sure that you're clear about the purpose of the engagement, but also about the realistic parameters for feedback to influence that direction. And I think those are probably the key messages there. I think also, though, you as members know your communities and you're engaging with your public day in, day out, and you have your own antennae. And I think that when you see material, you know in your bones the way in which that is likely to be received by your public, the extent to which they're going to be able to fully understand what the opportunities being offered to them to engage really mean. And I think then when that material comes back to you, you have the opportunity then to engage with the officers of the council and back to that public about what we heard and what we did. And I think it's that rapport between what we heard and what we did, and feeding back what you did as a consequence of what you heard is really important. And I think the public seeing that happen, seeing that play out, and so that when they see the next piece of engagement, they can see, well, what's changed since last time we were invited to engage. I think that also helps build trust. Thank you.
Councillor Toohey.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to make a comment, please, rather than the question.
Councillor Toohey, it's questions only at this stage.
Okay, well, I'll just try and do it roughly, right? In the 1950s, I was in Plymouth, and I came into the Plymouth city centre. Dingles was just being built, and otherwise, through piles of rubble, you just had the main streets. I spoke to somebody there, and I said, what are you going to do with the rubble, all the rubble? He said, oh, we'll probably chuck it on the moors. But they didn't. They chucked it all over the roads, and into which the trees had to be planted. The trees a lot of the trees could never have survived. It was patchy, some could and some couldn't. So I would like to, as an early councillor, I went to a course about how to plant trees better. I don't think this got across to the public, so if you want me to ask a question, might I ask why?
I can't answer that question, I'm sorry.
Are there any more questions? Councillor Lowry.
I just wonder whether there may have been a place within the report to, you know, we talked about consultation and how challenging it is and the expectations from both parties or all parties involved in it. But we do live in a slightly different era these days in respect of social media, and I would have liked to have seen more about how we communicate effectively with our communities as a consequence of the new world we live in. And perhaps you can give us your views on what you've written in respect to this report on that subject, please.
Certainly. We thought we were never going to finish this report, to be quite honest. So if there are gaps, we do apologise. But what I would say is we do comment about social media, both in terms of social media as a communication and engagement tool, but also in terms of how councils deal with social media when it comes at them thick and fast. And I think it is really important that councils, and this is across the country, the councils need to learn to be able to work with and manage the implications of social media an awful lot better. One of the recommendations that we make is in relation to making full use of the communications and engagement professionals that you have within the council, and also the opportunity to engage with outside consultants if you need it. But I think it is a recognition there that this is a new skill set, and councils and councillors, you know, clearly need to learn to engage it. And I think that, you know, I'm sure the LGA, the Local Government Association, will be continuing to work on this because it is now so important.
Is that all the questions? If there are no more questions, then the suspension of standing orders will end now. I will now formally move the recommendations. Deputy Lord Mayor, I understand you will second.
I will second this motion.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Lugger.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. We have before Council today the findings of an independent learning review. May I express my gratitude to the panel for their in-depth knowledge, expertise, and this very detailed report. And thank you also very much for attending Plymouth City Council today. Both councillors and officers alike recognise the valuable insight into the areas where there have been shortcomings and missed opportunities. This project, of course, was at a backdrop of 140 capital projects taking place at that time. And as my late father-in-law used to say, the only people who do not make mistakes are those who do very little. I, for one, apologise unreservedly for any of the weaknesses identified in our administration at that time. Let us therefore move together as a council, fortified by the detailed recommendations of that report. I thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Evans, OBE.
I'm sure nobody noticed I knocked that water over. Could I just add my thanks to the panel? It was a pleasure being interviewed with you, by you, and I'm grateful for your diligence. I was going to say speedy work. It wasn't speedy, was it? But then you did go in quite deep. So we can be absolutely assured that this is thorough. The thing is, I also would like to thank the Chief Executive for her clear and honest response to this report. I fully support the action plan that's laid out in the report, and I welcome the commitment to learning and improving. I know a lot of councils say they're learning councils. Actually, there's a world of difference between saying you are and actually being one. And one of the things that you need to be a learning council is to be honest about your shortcomings. I think those have been laid out here. And I think it's important on timescales. We've already had a question about timescales. I mean, I was disappointed not in this report not to have a moment's reflection on the loss of the statue for the Year of the Pedestrian, which was such an important part of Devon County's pedestrianisation scheme. It went, I think, about 2004 from memory. But it was, again, an example of a lot of the interventions that were made in Armada Way during that pedestrianisation project that Andy referred to earlier on. I wasn't leader of the council then. In fact, I wasn't leader of the council when the decisions around the original Armada Way scheme were made, but I am leader now. And I take full responsibility for how we move forward from here. This review has given us a chance to reflect. And yes, it's shown where things could have been done better, but it's also reminded us of something important, that leadership isn't about avoiding difficult decisions, it's about making them and standing by them when they're made for the right reasons. We're ambitious for Plymouth, as I've said. We want the city to grow and thrive. That means building homes, creating jobs, improving infrastructure, making Plymouth a place where people want to live, to work, to invest. The kind of ambition that doesn't come without challenge. It means making choices. And sometimes those choices are hard, especially when they involve things people care deeply about, like trees and green spaces. But we cannot allow fear of criticism to paralyse progress. We cannot allow the loudest voices to drown out the long-term needs of our city. And we cannot allow councillors elected by their communities to lead to shy away from the responsibility of explaining and defending the decisions we make. And as Tracy Lee said, this wasn't about trees. It's about how we manage the process. And on that, we've learned some tough lessons. We need to engage better, as you said. We need to communicate more clearly, as you said. We need to make sure our governance and project management are rock solid. But we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture. Plymouth is a city on the move. Last week before last in Leeds, I met Schroeder's investment manager, who said that the reason he had bought a massive shopping centre in the heart of Plymouth was because of the Armada Way project. He wouldn't be here and invest that money if it weren't for that. So you can take comfort from that, as we do. But we have a duty to lead as councillors, not when it's easy, but when it's hard. And that means standing up for our decisions. It means being visible, being accountable, being willing to explain why, not just what. But it also means supporting our staff. They work incredibly hard to deliver the ambitions we set, and the people who were in this report were doing just that. That needs to be recognised. I do want to reference the cost of the delays in legal action. There's been a lot of publicity about that in the last week. As you will remember, when I first took over the council in 2023, my first action was to overturn the original decision and announce an independent learning review. At that moment, we did reach out to the claimant to ask her to withdraw her legal action.
Councillor Evans, could you please finish your sentence?
Yes, indeed. To ask her to withdraw her legal action, as we believed that our actions made the bid for judicial review academic. She refused. We were then forced to wait months to go through a lengthy court process, only for a judge to agree with us that the legal action was academic, recognising our commitment to an independent learning review, which is why we're here today. We are, in fact, today in the place we would have been in 2023. So it is unfortunate that the time was wasted. And what is the final result? The taxpayer forking out £3.3 million. So yes, Lord Mayor, we will learn from the process. We will make those change.
Councillor Evans, would you please sit down? Councillor Poyser.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Excuse me, frog in a throat. I'd like to propose an amendment to the recommendations and reasons which are being presented before us today.
I propose a 15-minute adjournment for us to look at the amendment. The papers are being handed out to you. Is everybody happy with 15 minutes? Councillor Poyser, would you like to introduce your amendment?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Noting the earlier debate relating to the workloads experienced by the Audit and Governance Committee, our amendment proposes to introduce a diverse range of elected representation, a full range of the political spectrum that we have represented in this chamber, to take full account of the report that's been undertaken and to help build back public confidence in how we govern and scrutinise. A report of this nature on matters that have seen widespread public scrutiny deserve additional time and resource to examine the implementation of the action plan. I therefore propose in this amendment that the Council recommends to establish a subcommittee under the Ordnance and Governance Committee which is dedicated to tracking this action plan and its implementation, particularly given the short timescales in which this plan needs to be delivered. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Who is seconding the amendment? Councillor Macaulay, do you want to speak now or do you wish to reserve
I'll reserve
your right?
my right. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak to the amendment? Do you wish to speak?
No, thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Poyser, would you sum up, please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think we'll put it to the vote, please. Thank you.
We move to the vote. Green for yes, red for no, and amber for abstain. The amendment is passed. Now we return to the substantive motion. And I've got a couple of people left to speak on that. Councillor Bridgman, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to the panel. It's actually taken me several days to read this report in its entirety and make notes. 264 pages, so I don't envy the job that you've had, so thank you. Page 153, it states the reputation of Plymouth has been badly damaged and the cost of the project more than doubled from 12.7 million to over 30 million. And there's the additional financial implications of 3.3 million noted in this report that is primarily accredited to a few officers and a couple of councillors and their rushed decisions. It's actually unbelievable, really. But we've heard about the compounding pressures. However, apparently no party is to blame. Conservatives and Labour are equally to blame because they proposed Bingley as their leader to replace Nick Kelly, and on the 21st of March 2022, the majority of the Len Labour group voted for him too. I note that on page 258 in 2021, it was me, the Cabinet Member for Street Scene and Climate Change, that requested a further tree survey because I was already very aware of the uproar for the thousands of trees lost in Forder Valley, and I knew this project would be a recipe for disaster, so I discussed it with the then Cabinet and we declined it. It's very unfortunate that here in Plymouth you can justify the slaughter of ancient trees by replacing them with younger, smaller ones. There is absolutely no logic. Stop cutting down our trees. They are so vital to the planet's survival. Just let them grow unless they're a danger to life. One good point I've highlighted within the recommendation in this report is the need for staff and elected members to receive support on their well-being because the bullying does go on. In fact, the truth, on several occasions throughout this report, I've noted the wording, and I quote from paragraph 8.8, page 70 of 73, page 159. The leader wants this to happen, so we'd better make it happen. It is sad that the taxpayers are having to foot the bill and this report highlights the naivety of inexperienced councillors put in positions of power in order to buy a few votes. Tracy Lee mentioned just now that 536 children are in care. Just imagine how the £16 million overspend could have supported them. Some very tough lessons learned indeed. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Ricketts.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Good afternoon. Thank you for the report and the panel that delivered that. It talks about trust, something that was broken during this whole sorry scandal. It talks about the established consensus across the two major political parties. And that's exactly what it was. And the people of Plymouth will not forget this. Under the cover of darkness, at the beginning of 2023, it was an absolute abomination that the trees were chopped down. It was mayhem. People couldn't believe what was happening. People were onto the streets. There were people videoing on their phones. And then it became a national scandal, an international story. It was in national newspapers on the front pages. It was in village magazines. It was in publications across the world, America and far beyond. We had a complete lack of representation for the people of Plymouth at that moment because of the cosy consensus of the two parties. Appalling leadership by the Conservatives and then Labour playing games, okay, when they shouldn't have been. There was a lack of representation. In January 2023, Labour had the most councillors, and they could have taken control of Plymouth City Council at any time. We even had people like Gary Streeter, begging the Labour Party to get a grip, and Johnny Mercer, and lots of people, because it was name only that it was a Conservative-run council. They didn't have the numbers because of all the infighting and craziness that was going on between themselves, which gave us a complete lack of stability and led to this kind of event. On the 30th of January 2023, a motion went to full council. It was a motion on notice, loss of trees in Armada Way. And it went down like this. With ongoing public opposition to the loss of trees in Armada Way, council resolves. And there were two bullet points to this. One, to record its dissatisfaction with the lack of public engagement on the public realm works in Armada Way. So at this point, there was heat in the game. There were things going on, the public were not happy about it. There was rumblings coming out of the council about all sorts of stories coming out. Obviously, we then had the end result. But the second most telling point was to request the Cabinet to suspend all works and review the scheme with a view to saving significantly more trees than currently proposed. That was proposed by Councillor Stephen Hume and my esteemed colleague Patrick Nicholson. That was the moment in time that this could have ended, right there and then. We can go through the report, but the cards were in our hands as a council, in full council, the highest decision-making body. It would have ended it. It would have done exactly what it said on the tin. It would have stopped play. The Conservatives voted against it, and Labour abstained, and they had the numbers to stop it. Labour abstained on this motion, which meant this did not become council policy. These are facts. It's very simple. If Labour had supported the motion to suspend work in Armada Way, we would still have our trees. We will never let Labour and the Conservatives get away with it. It's about time some public apologies were done properly so we can all try and move on. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Lowry.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I wasn't going to speak because we've already said thank you to our colleagues who have presented us with this report. We've already agreed on a way forward for this report, and it's going to go to the Audit and Governance, and they'll set up a subcommittee of their committee. But having listened to that contribution, I'm very much reminded of the fact, the expression, success has many fathers, but failure is an orphan. And listen to your contribution, you would think that you lot have all got amnesia. You know, you've been leader of the council, deputy leader of the council, cabinet member for performance, cabinet member for environmental service and so forth. You've had no part in any of this at all. The amnesia is quite incredible. And actually, none of that needed to be said in this chamber today. You will get your opportunity going further forward to say that, and we should thank our colleagues for their contribution. Move on.
Councillor Patrick Nicholson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, I'm very grateful to my independent colleagues, Councillor Mrs Bridgman and Councillor Ricketts, for their contributions, because how can we expect the public to move on when we don't recognise fulsome apology for the way this council's acted? And I think Councillor Ricketts is absolutely right. We acknowledge that Councillor Lugger, on behalf of the Conservative Party in this chamber, is apologised.
Point of order.
What is your point of order, Councillor?
Talking here about Armada Way Independent Learning Review, not the personal issues of the individuals in this chamber. Thank you.
Well, that's not a point of order.
That's not a point of order.
The fact is that we can't move on until such time as we recognise what's happened. And Councillor Lugger has had the decency to apologise on behalf of the Conservative Party. It's just a pity that perhaps Councillor Rebecca Smith wasn't present today because she was part of the Cabinet at the time. And actually, we're supposed to believe in Cabinet governance. So, you know, through you, Lord Mayor, I hope Councillor Smith, if she wishes to remain a member of this council, actually starts turning up. But as far as the Labour Party is concerned, Lord Mayor, it is important that Councillor Evans actually also apologises, because he led his troops to abstain on 2 occasions on the 30th of January 2023. He doesn't acknowledge that he did anything wrong. Members opposite, and there's an awful lot of members on the Labour benches who weren't here, but there are those members that are here that seem to think that actually, let's just move on, it's just been a mistake and we'll learn lessons. But will we learn lessons? You know, we've had consultation events since this, and what have we found? Members opposite constantly refuse to take on board what the public is saying on issues. If you only take the current referendum that's going on about public consultation, it's dismissed. I've been insulted by the leader of the council, through you, Lord Mayor, because I happen to be an independent member of the council. I'm irrelevant. Well, this day, Councillor Evans, while you're leader of this council, every member of this council counts. Every member is entitled to an opinion, and every member, Lord Mayor, deserves to be listened to. Because this decision may never have happened if Councillor Evans and many in the bigger groups on this council listened to the public, listened to what the people of this city wanted from their decision makers. On the 30th of January 2023, 2 opportunities. A petition was presented to this council. The petitioner addressed this council. That was voted down. Abstained by 22 Labour members, including, or 25 Labour members, including Councillor Evans and many of the current cabinet. Now, you can't move on until you recognise you need to change approach. The Labour Party need to change approach in this city, or they're out of office. We're going to see shortly the view on the leadership of this council. We've had the same leadership from Councillor Evans since 1999. He's the only person, Lord Mayor, that doesn't want to recognise when the public don't want him, because he keeps popping up. Now, this issue has as much to do with the leader of the opposition as it does with the then leader of the council. Now, fortunately, all but Councillor Smith, Rebecca Smith, no longer represent constituents of this city. But I want to hear more from the Labour Party that they're genuinely remorseful of their inactivity, their abstentions on this was the critical issue for this city. They're not apologising, they just want to move on. Well, that's not good enough. It's not good enough, and I want to hear more from the Labour Party this afternoon that we will learn lessons, that when the Audit and Governance Committee debate it, Councillor Allen, that it will be a genuine debate. We will have a constitution where the majority party does not sign its own homework by chairing the scrutiny panel. Now, when we had executive arrangements and we moved away from committee responsibilities, the lead councillor for the Scrutiny Management Board was always the opposition. What have we had in recent years? We've had, because of the numbers on the council and because of the attendance...
Point of order, please,
because of the allowances...
We seem to be moving a long way away from Armada Way into the Council's governance arrangements in terms of what happened in the past. Could you please ask Councillor Nicholson to confine his remarks to what's before us today, please?
Would you please keep to the point, Councillor Nicholson?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm speaking to recommendation 18, actually, which talks about reviewing governance. Talks about the arrangements for making decisions, Councillor Stevens, as you only too well know. But by all means, keep interrupting me, because that's the style of the Labour Party. Don't like honest debate. And what we've seen is this is another example of one party making all the decisions. We have current scrutiny arrangements where if there's an urgent decision by the Labour Party, it'd be signed off by another Labour member. That isn't democracy. That needs to change. We need honest and open, transparent democracy. And that means sometimes listening to the unpalatable contributions from members who are not party to the majority party. That's not wrong. That's what Britain's about. That's what this city council should be about. We don't live in Russia. We don't live in a single party state. Democracy should prevail. And I hope very much that the recommendations put forward today are discussed, are debated, and improve governance for the City of Plymouth.
Councillor Stevens.
Lord Mayor, I fully take on board the Chief Executive's words about learning lessons, and I think that needs to be done in a very calm, mature, measured way. So we'll need to move away from the atmosphere that our independent friends are starting to create quite deliberately. I don't want to go into too much detail about the background, but I've seen enough issues in my time as a councillor to know the worst thing you can do if you really want to learn lessons and move forward with the best interests of the city at heart is not to turn them into a political football. That's the very worst thing that can happen, because lessons won't be learnt. We'll get into I don't like you, you don't like me, I'm better than you, and all the rest of it that we've just been hearing. I don't want the Audit and Governance Committee to go down that road, and I'm sure with Councillor Allen in the chair, they won't. This merits proper oversight. It merits proper measured consideration. We haven't been recommended to solve all the issues today. It would be bizarre if that were the case. We've got a committee with governance in the title that can look at this, that's cross-party, and I think still includes non-councillors, if I'm correct. So you can't get much more measured and cross-party than that. If we just continue to bandy about the insults, and I did this 20 years ago and I was better than you and all the rest of it, we learn absolutely no lessons at all and nobody gets served. I really want the Audit and Governance Committee to be allowed to get on with their job, oversee the implementation of the recommendations, come back to this chamber, tell us why, and you never know, Plymouth might be a little bit better off as a result.
Councillor Holloway.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Nuance is important. Tone is very important. And I think in a moment when a lot of members of the public may be watching today, Councillor Nicholson, what they want to see is this working together and working to act upon these very strong independent recommendations. And indeed, that spirit has been taken on board with this amendment, which we have voted on all together. So if we want to set that positive agenda for the future of the city, which we all say we do, tone matters. We have committed to take this forward, all of us together, in a way that has the substance that our city is looking for us on.
Will the council take an intervention?
I'm not sure about that.
Why is that then?
Well, I just don't know what you're going to say. I'm going to finish and then I'm going to sit down.
All right.
Nicholson.
Well, you're going to apologise?
You want me to apologise?
Councillor Holloway, do you wish to take the intervention or not?
Okay, yes, I'm happy to.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Holloway. You can sit down a minute while I speak.
Yeah. Why am I sitting down?
Well, 'cause that's the etiquette. That's the
tone is important.
Well,
if you've allowed for the intervention, you should sit down.
Right, I'll take it from you.
Sorry I'm sounding grumpy, but I'm not very well at the moment, so that's contributing to the tone, so I apologise for that. The fact is, Councillor Holloway, I'm grateful for the intervention, but you were one of the ones that abstained on the 30th of January 2023. So are you going to apologise on behalf of making the wrong decision in January 23?
It's easy to rewrite history, isn't it? It's easy to tell a certain portrayal of events and the way things happened. That meeting, which anybody can go back and look at online, the vote, which I have explained to my constituents, which I share with Councillor Ricketts, and they've been satisfied with the people that I answer to, that was very much about a blue on blue difficult day where we had already secured commitments from the cabinet member responsible which pertain to aspects of that motion. Like, this nuance, this detail, like, it's easy to simplify. We kind of live in this world now with social media where you simplify everything down. You and I both know that that went down quite differently on the day, and I've been very happy to justify that with my residents. Tone is important. If we are to heal the divides that was created from this incident under the Conservative administration, then we have to learn these very important recommendations and take them forward. And that is in the spirit of accepting this amendment. And, you know, I'm always happy to take an intervention, sitting or standing. Councillor Nicholson, thank you.
Does anybody else wish to speak? I'll now sum up and propose to move to the vote as on the motion as amended. Would you please use the buttons on your unit, green for in favour, red for against, and amber to abstain. The motion is carried. Now, we will adjourn for tea until 10 to 5. I move to item 12A, opposed cuts to personal independence payments. Councillor Macleay, would you like to introduce?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So this month, members of Parliament will vote on the Labour government's proposed changes to the welfare budget. That includes £5 billion in cuts to personal independence payment. These proposed cuts would strip vital support from an estimated 1.2 million disabled people nationally. And this motion urges Plymouth City Council to join voices from across the country to call these cuts what they are: morally unjust and economically illiterate. They are bad for disabled people, bad for carers, bad for local authorities, and bad for our NHS. If you know anyone who receives PIP, you will know three things: how hard they had to fight to get it, the positive impact PIP has had on them since having it, and their constant fear of losing it. You see, life costs more when you're disabled. Scope, the disability charity, estimates that disabled households need an extra £1,000 a month just to reach the same standard of living. So PIP helps bridge that gap. For the fewer than 1 in 4 disabled people in the UK that receive it, it's definitely not a luxury, it is a lifeline. PIP isn't an out-of-work benefit. It allows people to live independently, stay in work, and access education, but the government is putting that in jeopardy for many, including residents in Plymouth whose stories I will happily share with you later. The government's proposals to remove PIP from many, it won't remove the need, it'll just make people sicker, pushing them into crisis and needing more assistance from their family, local authority, and health services. The my words today are not a friend. The Disability Policy Centre estimates that every £1 lost in PIP, councils will face £1.50 in added adult social care costs. That isn't a saving, it is cost shifting from central government onto local authorities. Already in the last 6 years, homelessness among disabled families has risen by 75%. Accessible housing is already rare. Accessible emergency housing is almost non-existent. With the majority of our budget already going into social care, we're already having to make tough choices in Plymouth. Now we're being asked to absorb even more pressure because the government is trying to balance their books on the backs of disabled people in our city. Meanwhile, and this genuinely disgusted me when I found this out, private companies are profiting off of this crisis. Maximus, the US firm that the government pays to assess benefit eligibility for things like PIP, just reported a 23% rise in profits. A private company is enriching themselves on disabled people having to fight to prove and reprove their worth. These cuts are morally bankrupt, economically incoherent, and politically shameful, especially when there's a better choice. Instead of taking money from our most vulnerable, Labour could choose to implement a modest wealth tax of 2% on assets over 10 million, which would raise 25 billion, 4 times more than the proposed changes to disability benefits would bring in. And I ask you, how many people would be pushed into poverty from changes to PIP? 250,000. How many would be pushed into poverty from a wealth tax? None. Absolutely none. So why aren't they doing it? Bad politicians will say that taxing the rich isn't easy, and in the same breath, they will lament about having to make tough choices. And why is it always ordinary people at the tough end of their tough choices? We've seen big energy companies, non-doms, and tech billionaires get tax reductions, but the poor and the sick face big cuts, less support, and higher bills, and it is shameful. We have seen what public pressure can do, like the Labour's recent U-turn on winter fuel payments, and that's why I've brought this motion, to keep the pressure on and to stand up for the people that we are here to serve. So I'm going to end by saying this clearly. The cuts are not necessary, they are not just. We need a wealth tax, not welfare cuts. And we need to defend our residents, protect our services, and call this what it is: a political choice, and a wrong one at that.
Councillor Poyser, I understand you will second the motion. Do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I shall reserve my right. Thank you.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Penberthy?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would like to remind everyone of the leader's earlier response to a member of the public. The government are currently undertaking a consultation on welfare reform and support for people to gain employment. This is the nature of a green paper, which is consultative as opposed to a white paper which describes the way in which legislation is being planned, or a bill which is the draft act. It seems amazing to me that Green Party members opposite, who continually talk about the importance of consultation, have conveniently forgotten that consultation is currently underway. In fact, it wasn't mentioned at all in that introduction speech. Lord Mayor, in terms of the asks, the Council funds advice and support services in the city. If there are any changes to any benefits, the services respond as we ask them to, by updating advice and seeking to support people. And as changes happen, we work to do the best we can to support local people. It was ever thus, and will continue to be the case. Lord Mayor, the Council has a series of asks and offers. These have been worked up over many years across administrations, where we continually engage with government about our needs from government and what we can do to help them. Adult social care is unsurprisingly high up on that agenda, and we have been working very closely with the Local Government Association to argue the case with government for appropriate funding and for appropriate action on their behalf. We're already doing it. Finally, Lord Mayor, while the Greens and therefore MPs might like the idea of a wealth tax, they, as councillors and therefore MPs, are welcome to promote it. They seem to forget the current Labour government has been taking action to tackle the wealthiest in society, including on, and I took a minute to think about this, so it wasn't particularly hard work, tackling non-dom status, VAT on private school fees, and changes to inheritance tax to bring wealthy landowners closer to the regime experienced by everyone else, including all of us here in this chamber. This motion has been worded as political point scoring. There's no element in the motion or in preparation for the motion of any cross-party working. So, despite the fine rhetoric, I'm sorry, Lord Mayor, we will not be supporting the motion as it was presented. Thank you.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Poyser.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think we acknowledge the fact there's an ongoing consultation, but we're also fully aware that there are Labour councillors sitting in this chamber who are part of the Labour Party, who perhaps support or don't support the current government's position on PIP. They will have members residents within their wards, their constituencies, who will be affected by this, who must be incredibly worried by these changes. I would see this as the perfect opportunity for you to speak up on their behalf and support this motion.
We move to the, sorry,
Thank you, Chair. So I can see how this vote is going, and it is disappointing but not surprising that Plymouth Labour have chosen to play politics with the lives of disabled people in our city. You know, there's a poster in the Plymouth Labour office that I think of often. Plymouth Labour, our job is to win, winning at any cost at the sake of everyone else. They have shown that it's party politics above people and of Plymouth, so I'm going to remind you of people and Plymouth here by reading out some testimonies from people in Plymouth about these shameful cuts that you will defend in voting this motion down. If carried through, these cuts will most definitely affect us as a family living in Plymouth, as well as thousands of other local residents having to struggle with disabilities or even long-term health conditions. This is both cruel and unjust. I was dismissed from my workplace of 11 years due to capability after my kidney transplant. I could have taken this tribunal, but I had no energy. Having been dismissed, I have no option but to apply for benefits. Currently, my PIP and limited work capability under universal credit, With these changes, I could end up losing both these benefits, totaling £200 per week, leaving me isolated and unable to travel to medical appointments, social and voluntary appointments. Our daughter has been diagnosed with FND, functional neurological disorder. She has irregular seizures, some last between 6 and 12 hours. These seizures form paralysis in either her left or right leg, sometimes both. She receives a higher rate of PIP and is waiting to hear about limited work capability. I believe the welfare cuts proposal for under 22-year-olds, she will not receive any form of incapacity benefit. Under the new proposed criteria, I would not qualify for PIP and thus lose my entitlement to carers. If this were to happen, my partner or my mother would have to leave their jobs in order to care for me and help care for our son. The whole process of applying for PIP is already so hard, traumatising and detrimental to our health, mentally and physically impactful. Let alone now the worry of it becoming even harder to claim or be accepted. We have not chosen to give up our goals and dreams. Nobody asks or chooses to become disabled or chronically unwell. Navigating these changes, appointments, benefit claims, assessments, every task taking longer or being done for you is a full-time job in itself. The main thing we are feeling right now is anger, disbelief and anxiety. At 54 and losing my sight, I am concerned that penalising vulnerable people who already struggle to get into meaningful, purposeful and affordable employment sets a dangerous precedent. Removing these benefits pushes people closer to the bottom. My pet dog is the only reason for living and getting out of bed each day. Without my PIP, I will have to rehome her as I can't afford to feed myself, let alone her. I have a personal assistant to help me manage at home, but I have to contribute towards this care. My PIP helps me do so. The very real threat of losing my PIP has caused no end of harm to my physical and mental health. Knowing that I am too poorly to work yet wouldn't be able to financially cope without PIP leaves me with only one option: suicide. The very harsh reality of facing not only myself but hundreds, if not thousands more who rely on PIP to get through the struggles that life holds for sick and disabled people. My partner and I are both disabled. We rely on UC and PIP for our financial security. Everything we pay for, food, bills, school uniform.
Lord Mayor, would Councillor Mackay take an intervention?
Do you take an intervention, Councillor Mackay?
No. Everything we pay for, food bills, school uniform and additional transport costs outside of bus passes is all paid from our benefits. As it stands, under the proposed reforms and the 4 new point system, I would lose my PIP entirely. The thought of losing our benefits and therefore our financial security and possibly our home is terrifying. I want to work, absolutely, but my health limits what I can do, and being a carer further limits that. I fought for years to get my PIP. Finally having it has made a great difference in my life. It allows me to make the adjustments I need to stay and work, adjustments that employers often won't provide. It helps me get from place to place because I can't drive due to seizures and fainting. Public transport isn't reliable or accessible for me, so I rely on taxis, which PIP helps cover. This isn't a luxury, it's what gives me my independence. It helps me afford essentials, heat packs, supplements, painkillers, joint supports, compression socks. These aren't optional, these are how I function. I've worked since I was 16, I enjoy working, but I shouldn't have to make myself more unwell just to tick a box or meet a target. If you really want more disabled people in work, don't take away the very thing that gives us the ability to do so. I can't be fixed. So we need the government to fix the system, fix the wealth inequality, fix the economy, and don't take the necessary help away from those who need it most. I hope that's made you reconsider.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. We'll move to the vote now. Please, using the buttons on your unit: green in favour, red against, and amber to abstain. I now move to item 12B, Plymouth and South West Devon Joint Local Plan Housing Policy. Councillor Patrick Nicholson, would you like to introduce the motion?
Thank you very much indeed, Lord Mayor. Good afternoon, members. The motion in my name and seconded by Councillor Ricketts has been brought today because, as many of you will be aware, the government changed the National Planning Policy Framework in December of last year, which in effect has increased our annual housing delivery target from 660 new dwellings per annum to 1,290 per year. Now, the National Planning Policy Framework is significant because local authorities need to abide by that in considering planning applications. And as a result, and members of the Planning Committee this year will have had training from officers in relation to the impact that that change has on our housing policy. And as many of those members will now appreciate, that the housing policy that we have in the joint local plan is completely undermined by the review of the revisions to the National Planning Policy Framework. The consequences are that the Planning Committee's powers are substantially diminished as a result of the changes nationally when we consider housing development in the City of Plymouth. Now, Councillor Coker in particular, but a number of members in this chamber worked very hard to agree the joint local plan in association with Southampton and West Devon Borough Councils to have policies that would take us through to 2034. And an awful lot of work went in, not only by members, but by officers to achieve what was a groundbreaking plan, because it involved 3 local authorities. And certainly we've been recognised as a local authority with others for that work. And it is such a shame that many of our communities now are vulnerable to speculative and inappropriately positioned housing proposals in the coming months and years, unless we resolve this situation as soon as possible. Now, the purpose of bringing this motion is effectively to hopefully appreciate from the Cabinet lead, and indeed the Leader of the Council, what the administration's doing to address what is a significant issue for Plymouth moving forward. We all want to see housing development. We all want to see appropriate accommodation built and secured for our population. But for the government to just impose a number without knowing whether this city can accommodate twice the amount of annual housing growth, in my view, Lord Mayor, is totally irresponsible. Now, I'm not here to, this motion's to try and ensure that we have a discussion in the council in the coming months, that hopefully we get a position statement in the near future from the Cabinet lead and the Leader, the executive, in terms of what this council intends to do to plug the gap. Because the longer that we leave ourselves in a vulnerable situation, the more we will be challenged to make decisions that are not in the interest of the wider City of Plymouth, decisions that ultimately the public at large should drive the nature of development in this city. And certainly Councillor Coker and I in the past drove a substantial consultation exercise with the public in relation to how we arrived at the joint local plan. So housing sites were consulted on. Members of the public had an opportunity to express their view about where housing should take place in their communities. That is now undermined substantially and pretty much removed if we have applications that are before the council that we may decide to refuse, but are likely to be overturned by a government planning inspector. So this does need urgent addressing, and I hope very much that Councillor Stevens, in his new role with the Leader of the Council, will address concerns that exist in the community, address the concerns that Councillor Ricketts and I are raising today, put in place a plan as to how we overcome our deficiency in the 5-year housing land supply that we need to have a valid policy. So I hope very much, politics aside, we address this collectively to safeguard Plymouth as a whole, to deliver the houses that the government wants, but to deliver them in places acceptable to the wider citizens of this city, and not something that would be potentially imposed on us by the planning inspectorate, because that's the vulnerability that we're in. So I hope very much, Lord Mayor, that members will support this motion, and that we can have in due course a response from the Cabinet on the way forward and how we can have a valid housing policy within our local plan. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, members.
Councillor Ricketts, I understand you will second the motion. Do you want to speak now, or do you want to reserve your right?
Now, Lord Mayor, will be great. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Afternoon, Council again. Yes, myself, Councillor Nicholson and myself and the wider community are deeply concerned at the state of play at the moment with our planning policies, or lack of, due to the changes with the government. We are very concerned that green spaces are vulnerable and will fall victim to ridiculous housing targets that will never be met nationally, which will affect us locally. And at the moment, the door is open. And for my own community, I don't trust Labour on this issue at the moment. History tells us that. Look at Central Park. Who on earth would have thought that they'd be selling off Pound's house when they've done huge campaigns to save it, and next minute they're wandering around lost and confused as to how their own political party, how could this possibly
point
happen?
of order. This is about housing policy, not about Pound's house.
Well, on a point of order, the joint local plan talks about development sites. Pound's house could be a development site.
I know you've got a huge majority, Councillor Purdy. Sometimes you're not going to like what you hear. Just, you've got to listen to it sometimes. We've got to listen to you. You've got to listen to us. Okay? I'm saying that there's history here with Central Park, Pound's house. There was history in one of the biggest campaigns we ever fought back in 2006, in the winter of 2006, when the Labour Council at the time proposed a housing estate. This is all on public record. These were official documents. A housing, it sounds unbelievable. At the bottom of Central Park, the southern side of the park, Central Park Avenue.
Sorry, could you, the microphone, I couldn't quite hear you with the microphone off.
What's your point of order, Councillor?
My point of order is it in order to talk about a statement by the then Chief Executive about how the Life Centre would be paid for, which was not the policy of the Council, nor was it the policy of the Labour Party at that time. And what has that got to do with the matter under discussion?
Yeah. Could you stick to the motion, please, Councillor Rickett?
It'd be nice to be able to get through it without the interruptions, and then it might become clear. It's pretty obvious what I'm talking about, protecting green space in our city and the community that I represent specifically. And I'm saying there's not a great record of trust there, and we need firmer policies in place so we all feel assured. At the time, I led rallies and meetings with local people, and luckily at that moment in history, there was Labour lost the council, and with the new administration that came in, those proposals were scrubbed out. On the wider issues, in Drakehall particularly, we need policies in place to protect town cramming. We're fighting constantly against inappropriate planning applications, and it's a very hard exercise in getting our voices heard to get the results we want. And we want to keep fighting for applications that will not be detrimental to social cohesion and community well-being. It's hard enough already. So the point is, we need an updated housing plan locally, updated with policies that are going to help everyone concerned.
Councillor Ricketts, could you please finish your sentence?
Make decisions that will be the betterment of Plymouth. I'm confused, Lord Mayor.
Have 2 minutes.
You've thrown me out, Lord Mayor.
You had 2 minutes.
Yeah, okay, the leader got an extra 2 minutes. I'm getting less than 2. We need a planning committee that has all the tools at their disposal to make the best decisions for Plymouth. Please support the motion. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Does anybody else wish to speak?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Whilst out of courtesy as the newly appointed Cabinet Member for Strategic Planning and Transport, I thank Councillor Nicholson for the motion on notice in at least recognising the significance of the Plymouth and South Devon Joint Local Plan. But I have to say, and to quote Councillor Ricketts, you may not like what you hear, I have to say this motion is unnecessary and misguided. I'm sure that Councillor Nicholson would agree that the country is experiencing a major housing crisis, as he's alluded, and that Plymouth is not exempt from this. The Labour government has rightly made tackling the shortage of housing a national priority after years of failed promises and undelivered targets by the previous government. This is demonstrated by the prompt action taken by the new Labour government to put in place an unashamedly growth-orientated, revised national planning policy framework. And I can tell this chamber today that when it comes to the next local plan, I will make sure we deliver sustainable growth and meet the acute housing needs of young families and those most in housing need in this city. Yes, it is true that the National Planning Policy Framework means that Plymouth and South West Devon no longer have a 5-year housing land supply, but we do continue to pass the government's housing delivery test. However, no 5-year land supply does not mean that we have no choice but to accept bad development in the wrong locations. It does, however, mean that we need to go through a series of further planning tests to reach sound planning decisions. Put simply, this means that the amount of weight we must give to housing delivery in the overall balance of planning considerations in relation to specific development proposals significantly increases. But I stress it does not mean, as the motion of notice implies, that bad development, poorly designed development or unsustainable development must somehow now be automatically approved. And let me give you a concrete example to prove this. Only last week we won a planning appeal related to the refusal of a housing development in Stoke, where the inspector upheld our decision to refuse planning permission, precisely because what was proposed by the developer was poor quality development contrary to the existing policies in our joint local plan. And that was despite the inspector acknowledging in his reasoning that we cannot currently demonstrate 5-year housing land supply. Councillor Nicholson's motion asks that the Leader and the Cabinet Member for Strategic Planning and Transport to bring forward a report and timetable for the next meeting of the City Council, setting out how and when the City Council will update our housing policies in the local plan. This is completely unnecessary because we have already published a timetable for the next local plan, which has been on the Council's website for months. This timetable is set out in a statutory document called the Local Development Scheme, which my predecessor, Councillor Coker, approved by executive decision on the 28th of January 2025. And if you have a pen handy, the reference number is SP 1624/25. Also, as we are now committed to preparing a new style Plymouth local plan, all members here will have the opportunity to influence the development of our new policies as part of that process. And I have already asked officers to develop a comprehensive engagement programme, and this will include direct discussions with all ward councillors later on this year. Moreover, Councillor Coker previously instructed officers to request the inclusion of an item on the December 2025 Natural Infrastructure and Growth Scrutiny Panel, now chaired by Councillor Ricketts, who is second in this motion, regarding the local plan, next steps and timetable. So scrutiny could play a key role in the new local plan timetable and process of community and stakeholder engagement. Again, I suggest that the motion before us is unnecessary and will simply waste officer time in the preparation of reports we don't need to be brought to this meeting. Therefore, I will not be supporting this motion on notice and encourage other members also not to vote for it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Nicholson should really know better as a former Cabinet Member for Planning in bringing this motion on notice before us today in this way. He has overlooked, as we've just heard, that we have already published the local plan timetable. He's overlooked the status of the joint local plan policies in decision making and the impact that we've just heard about of those. He's certainly overlooked the fact that this country has a housing crisis after 15 years of failure by the previous government. Much of the time of that 15 years, you were a proud proponent of the actions that they were taken, Councillor Nicholson, and actually Councillor Ricketts, you were too. If we don't do more by using the planning system more effectively and don't continue to deliver more affordable homes through our innovative award-winning plan for homes, this crisis will just continue to get worse. Lord Mayor, I'll be shortly reporting progress on the first year of Plan for Homes 4 to Cabinet. And if Councillor Ricketts agrees to my request to put this in his committee's work programme, I'll also do that at Scrutiny. I will be setting out what we have achieved in our first year, what more we need to do. I welcome constructive scrutiny of our housing delivery plans so we can achieve more on the ground for local people, because we all have a role in doing that. Councillor Nicholson and Councillor Ricketts may be interested to know a few facts about housing in Plymouth, given the dismissive way the motion deals with the housing crisis. We currently have 398 families in temporary accommodation and 7,938 households on the housing register. And this is despite the fact we've already built 13,538 homes in the first 10 years of the joint local plan and have a future healthy supply of around 7,000 homes. However, there are 11,439 homes already with planning permission in the city that developers are sitting on. Many of these consents will include much needed affordable housing or have Section 106 funds that could be used to provide social rented homes. That is why the government's changes to the NPPF and the recently announced powers to impose fines on developers and turn away planning applications by those not delivering the homes they promised on their development sites is so welcome. There is no doubt that the new housing numbers that Plymouth has to deliver will be challenging, based as it is on the new standard methodology. But that is a reflection of 15 years of under-delivery and the need to significantly increase supply, especially for affordable housing. The new plan, on which all members in this chamber will play a part, has to tackle this challenge head-on. In my own ward, we have already accepted intensification of development in Mill Bay and at the Royal William Yard, on the Hoe, the Barbican and in Sutton Harbour, and now in the city centre as well, with many other sites in St Peters and the waterfront having been approved for housing to help meet the targets in the joint local plan, which, let us remind ourselves, Councillor Nicholson oversaw for large parts of its preparation and identified a total housing requirement of 27,600 homes. My challenge to Councillors Nicholson and Ricketts and your group, as I know you're all so keen on planning, is to help the new local plan process by looking at sites in your wards. Identify where there are similar opportunities for intensification of housing in recognition of the scale of the housing crisis here in Plymouth, no matter what national government might say. I hope you can suggest where brownfield and other underutilised lands in your wards can be considered to provide the homes local people desperately need. Councillor Ricketts, this will mean that despite your complaints about speculative applications, you can be proactive in setting where future development happens. Lord Mayor, I won't be supporting this motion on notice, as it's bad for housing, bad for the planning of the city, bad for local people, and in severe housing need, and ultimately completely unnecessary. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Nicholson, would you like to sum up?
Thank you very much indeed, Lord Mayor. And, thank you for those that contributed to the debate. Firstly, can I thank Councillor Stevens for outlining what proves to be poor communication on the part of the executive, doesn't it? Because every council meeting we have inordinate announcements for 45 minutes, but I don't ever remember an announcement about the local plan. So I'm glad that this motion has teased out what the general direction of travel is for us to update the local plan. So we had an announcement that we were not continuing the joint local plan, but we've never had really any public statement other than what would appear now to have been a decision made by Councillor Coker in relation to the future local plan. So if nothing else, this debate, Lord Mayor, has brought out the issue in hand, which actually is that Plymouth is vulnerable to potentially having battles with the planning inspectorate until such time as we have a planning policy that meets the government's national planning policy framework. So thank you, Councillor Stevens, for your response. And certainly, I'm sure I can speak for Councillor Ricketts and other independent members. We look forward to working with you in evolving a future local plan for the city and evolve our wards. As far as Councillor Penberthy is concerned, pretty disrespectful, Councillor, through you, Lord Mayor, Councillor Penberthy, because when I had a lot to do with the joint local plan, I put forward a number of sites in the Plymouth and St Mary ward and led some discussions with Homes England for significant development within the Plymouth and St Mary ward. So please don't insult me and insult those that represent Plymouth and St Mary Ward with your comments, because it's totally out of order, disrespectful and not required. Well, if Lord Mayor, if Councillor Penberthy can dish it out, you can expect a response, because I'm not putting up with this disrespectfulness in this chamber. I've done more for, as he said in his own ward, I did as much as I could to tackle homelessness and provide housing accommodation in the support of many members opposite in supporting the joint local plan. So don't insult Plymouth and St Mary Ward representatives in the manner you've just done. And if you want to take us on by proposing inappropriate development, Councillor Penberthy, then we'll take you on too. This is an important issue. The public need to be aware that the council is vulnerable to speculative development in inappropriate sites. We are potentially vulnerable to green spaces, indeed some of the council's own green spaces that the Labour Party are wishing to develop, to actually being developed, because there's no safeguard in the joint local plan. This needs to be reconciled as soon as possible, and I hope very much that Councillor Stevens will expedite a new local plan that safeguards the interests of the city. It allows the city to determine where houses are built, not the planning inspectorate or other government bodies. It is important that we lead Plymouth through this process and we don't have it imposed upon us. That's the reason we brought this motion, Councillor Ricketts and I, and that's why I still stand by it, that hopefully members would support it, because this does need urgent resolution in the coming months. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. We'll move to the vote now. Please vote using the buttons on your unit. Green in favour, red against, and amber to abstain. The motion is lost. I move to item 12C, Trans and Intersex Human Rights Matter. Councillor Tippett, would you like to introduce the motion?
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. I rise to propose this motion because human rights are currently under threat in this country. The sort of threat I only expected to see in Putin's Russia. Since the For Women Scotland Supreme Court ruling has been handed down, trans, non-binary and intersex people have been living in distress. People who have lived their lives, in some cases for decades, quite happily and quietly, have had their everyday existence thrown into immeasurable doubt. So what is the reality on the ground for trans people like myself? It's being told that the only toilets you should use in the workplace are the disabled toilets, which means taking away a space from someone who needs it. Accessing toilets was already incredibly challenging for trans people due to the massive increase in transphobia that we've seen over the past few years. Now it's become impossible. It's watching the Conservative Party try to use this as an opportunity to further violate our privacy with a crazy amendment to the Data Use and Access Bill in Parliament. It's watching your existence be debated in the national press like your life is just some fantasy idea. It should be made clear, this ruling isn't about some abstract concept. It is about real people, like myself, like some of the Plymouthians that we represent in this chamber, and our right to be able to live free of victimisation, discrimination and fear. I agree with Christine Jardine MP, the Liberal Democrat spokesperson for Women Inequalities. The only reassuring thing about the interim guidance from the Equality and Human Rights Commission is the fact that it is in fact interim. Even Baroness Hale highlights that the Equality Act permits but does not require services to be provided differently according to sex. The Supreme Court ruling was clear. The definitions were only for the purposes of the Equality Act. So why would a definition in the Equality Act dictate which toilet I should have to use? Because specific legislation for toilets is actually in the Workplace Health, Safety and Welfare Regulations of 1992. The British Medical Association have condemned the ruling as scientifically illiterate and have urged the Supreme Court to recognise intersex people, and the BMA recognises the harm that this ruling will cause intersex people. They haven't even been included in this ruling, so what are they meant to do now? I've spoken to cisgender butch lesbians who, since the ruling, have been challenged in women's toilets for the first time in their lives, and they're in their 50s and 60s. They too are now fearful of accessing toilets in public. This ruling clearly isn't helping these women feel safer. So how are we in such a mess without any answers? Well, it's because of the lack of leadership on the issue from the Labour government. They aren't providing any credible solutions to the fear and confusion that women, trans, non-binary and intersex people are living in every single day. We know what Labour's track record is like on advancing trans equality. Look at the Gender Recognition Act. It came into existence after the UK was embarrassed in 2002 at the European Court of Human Rights. The case Goodwin found that a trans person's inability to change their sex on their birth certificate was a breach of their Article 8 and Article 12 rights under the Convention. And we are already going down the same slippery slope of international embarrassment once again. In just the last year, the UK has slipped from 17th down to 22nd in the ILGA Europe Rainbow Mapping Index. But it gets worse, my Lord Mayor. In 2015, we were first. We stand at a crossroads on our inclusion journey. Will we learn from our past mistakes and choose the path to true inclusion? Or will we follow the same old road to more division, fear, and distress? It's time for the Labour Council and the Labour government to step up, join the right side of history, and support true inclusion in this country and in this city. And it starts right here today with unanimous support for the full version of this motion. Thank you so much, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Macleay, I understand you wish to second the motion. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
I'll reserve my right. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Penberthy.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would like to move an amendment which I believe is ready to be circulated.
I would suggest we have an adjournment of 15 minutes. Will that be sufficient for everybody? Councillor Penberthy, would you like to introduce the amendment?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I would like to thank Councillor Tippett and McClay for their motion. For many decades, trans people have been living openly in the community, using facilities and services best suited to their identity. The Gender Recognition Act 2004 provides a legal process for a trans person to obtain a gender recognition certificate, providing them legal recognition in their acquired gender. Section 9.1 of the Act provides legal recognition of the person's acquired gender, and I quote, "for all purposes." Lord Mayor, on this basis and this basis alone, I fully get why holders of a gender recognition certificate are so hurt and angry at the recent Supreme Court ruling. The Equalities Act 2010 recognises trans people as having a protected characteristic. The Act prohibits discrimination based on gender reassignment, which includes those who are undergoing or have undergone a process to reassign their sex. This means that transgender individuals are protected from discrimination in areas like employment, education, and service provision. This protection applies regardless of whether someone identifying as trans has a gender recognition certificate or not. In 2011, following consultation, the Equality and Human Rights Commission issued guidance in the application of the Equalities Act 2010, which clearly says that service providers that provide single or separate sex services for women and men should treat trans people according to the gender in which they present. Once again, Lord Mayor, on this basis, I fully get why members of the trans community, their friends, family and allies are so hurt and angry at the recent Supreme Court ruling. According to the 2021 census, 0.5% of residents in Plymouth identified with a gender identity different from their sex registered at birth. This included 0.1% identifying as a trans man, 0.1% as non-binary, and 0.1% as a trans woman. This aligns with the national average for England and Wales. Despite visibility in the community and legal protections, trans people very frequently suffer misgendering, abusive comments and violence just because of who they are. Out and out hate crime here in our city. Hate crime that is totally unacceptable. Lord Mayor, we're talking about victimisation of a very small minority of people, and as a council, I believe we need to stand up against those transphobic bullies and ensure that our trans community can live peacefully as themselves in the ways that others already do. Lord Mayor, the Supreme Court has made a judgment. As a civilised society, this has been accepted. We could look across the pond and see a different reaction. Personally, I'm amazed that the Supreme Court could make a decision about a community without hearing evidence from it. Similarly, having read both acts carefully, I'm amazed that from the legislative wording, the court was able to infer the thought processes of both Houses of Parliament at the time the legislation was written. Sadly, I wasn't in the room to make any comment when the judgment was being formulated. Following the judgment, the Equality and Human Rights Commission acted with what I believe to be unseemly haste to revise guidance that has been in place for 14 years. The Commission did this without consultation and brought in its interim guidance and announced a mere 2-week consultation. This is ridiculously short time for such a complex and sensitive subject, especially given the time it has taken so far in legal discussions, which have still not been concluded. I am not alone in being grateful to Lord Outturn, Chair of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, and Sarah Owen MP, Chair of the Select Committee on Women and Equalities, for their letters to Baroness Faulkner, Chair of the Commission, which have led to the extension of the consultation period until the end of June, though I would argue that 6 weeks is still not long enough for this to be done well. Their letters have asked for responses to 14 questions from Baroness Faulkner, questions I'm sure we would all like to see the answers to. Lord Mayor, this amendment is framed to set out the breadth of activity covered by the Supreme Court judgment and a wide-ranging set of actions for the Council to take. These are to allow for sensitive consideration of the issues and for us to work to do the very best that we can do.
Can I ask you to finish your sentence, please?
For us to work to do the very best that we can. I trust that the Chamber will agree. Thank you.
Councillor Penrose, I understand that you are seconding the motion. Do you want to speak now or reserve your right?
I'll reserve the right, thank you, Mayor.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Tippett.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. And I firstly have one question for the Labour Party, and specifically to Councillor Penberthy. You are saying all the right things, so why are you seeking to sanitise trans voices and amend this motion? If you truly believed the things you were saying, you would understand the desperate requirement for action in the time of a human rights crisis in this country. You would understand that this is a very, very challenging time for trans people, and the only answer is urgent action and leadership from government. Councillor Penberthy, you proudly wear the progress flag around your neck. You understand what this is like, and so I am deeply disappointed that you have decided to take this route of shying away from action. It breaks my heart that the Labour Party that supported me 3 years ago when I got elected and made history as the first openly transgender councillor in the far southwest now seeks to just forget its responsibility for some of its more vulnerable citizens and, again, shy away from urgent action and leadership. Yes, I appreciate the fact that you are going to make sure that the currently published list of gender-neutral toilets is maintained and kept updated, but where was your leadership? Where was the responsibility that you have in sharing this the day the ruling came out? Why are we only hearing about it now when I brought this motion to full council? And yes, you look at me and yes, you pull faces, and you're well within your right to do that, but you also talk about the Equality and Human Rights Commission and their place in this. Then I ask you to challenge why the Equality and Human Rights Commission left the Stonewall Diversity Champions scheme in 2021. That doesn't sound like an organisation committed to advancing the equality of LGBT+ people. Again, I'm just left here disappointed and heartbroken at the party that I once called home abandoning its values. We don't need to go further into the reasons that I left, but once again, we can see that you're choosing to be on the wrong side of history. This isn't a proper solution. It will continue to create problems in our city. And, well, you know, just to make a final point, we all know the Labour's track record when it comes to consultations, so I really hope that you do learn from your mistakes of the past and change course this time. I finish on one final point. My equality and the trans people's equality isn't an opportunity for you to feel good about yourselves. It isn't an opportunity for you to wade in and stand up and say, oh yes, look at the things that we're already doing. It's an opportunity to look at the crisis in our country and change course before this gets even worse. I'm sorry that you've chosen this action, this lack of action. I'm sorry that you've chosen to amend this motion when you could have accepted it in full and accepted that there are people really suffering in this country every day. And I'm really, really, really sorry that you've taken the decision to fail vulnerable Plymothians at the time they need a united voice in this council chamber. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Penrose, would you like to speak?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I wish very much to second this motion because, like everybody in the whole chamber, we do recognise how there has been recently, because of the Supreme Court ruling, a fear that trans rights and other rights would roll back, and none of us want that to happen. So I'm standing by this amendment, which has really been thought through in great detail, with a lot of compassion, a lot of real thought. And if you look at it, it's very, very similar to one that you put in. And people have made the statement they would like things to be put in that really reflect what you wanted to go in there. So I would like to say that I think this amendment is strong, it's wider, it's going to bring in the council to fully support the consultation that is underway, that there'll be action taken to ensure that people have opportunity to join in that consultation. There's the commitment to the publicity about the toilets on offer in the council, and then primarily there's this commitment that once we do have the guidance towards the end, we will make sure that the council undertakes the appropriate action. So I certainly commend this amendment, and I believe it reflects our concern with the issues that we've been discussing.
Councillor Pemberthy, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I began my last speech by thanking the movers of this motion. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I began my previous speech by thanking the movers of this motion. That thanks remains. This is an important issue, and the amendments that we have added include additional actions for the council, not less, more. We've broadened the scope of the action to cover everything that the Supreme Court has talked about, not just toilets. We're taking this very seriously. Before moving to my concluding comments, I would just like to reflect on a couple of issues. As I introduced this amendment, I talked about the violence experienced by the trans community. However, what we hear a lot more about is how men identify as women in order to commit violence against women. As I look back at all the appalling incidents of violence against women and girls here in the city, I see no evidence of this being in any ways relevant. Rather, I see men identifying as men and committing terrible and sometimes fatal crimes. We do need to continue to call violence against women and girls out. However, the trans community is not responsible for VOG and should not be used as a spurious cover for it. The Supreme Court judgment has wide implications, and we must take these seriously, which we are doing in this amendment. And I'm sure as we do this, we will be looking at how we can do more to support our trans community. However, appallingly, the media has frequently made the breadth of that judgment, which is extremely worrying for the trans community, to be about toilets and toilet police in order to drive clickbait. Lord Mayor, we do not employ toilet police. We have never employed toilet police, and Plymouth City Council will not be employing toilet police. But sadly, there's a much more serious implication. Councillor Tippett's touched on it. We have gone from a position of people in almost all cases comfortably and respectively using services and facilities where they feel comfortable in their expressed identity, to one where an individual's identity is the one perceived by others. No longer is it about people's own cisgender identity or trans identity. Increasingly, it's about how people are gendered by others. This is having a negative impact not only on the trans, intersex and non-binary communities, but also on people with some medical conditions, which can change gender appearance, and to androgynous-looking people, especially women who are being aggressively challenged. And that's not just butch lesbians. That's women, and women of all shapes, sizes, and ages. That's not acceptable. It's not down to us to gender someone according to how we think they look. Yet this is now increasingly happening and risks the safety of many. At the start of this meeting, I mentioned trans pride. We had made the decision to do this before the Supreme Court had ruled or this motion was tabled. I reiterate my good wishes for the event, and I'm proud that the city will be flying the trans flag outside the Guildhall over that weekend, as we have on many other occasions. Earlier, I talked about trans people having lived openly in the community for many years. I would draw members' attention to the pioneering story of Mark Weston, born in Arreston in 1905. Mark was intersex and was identified at birth as female. Following a successful international sporting career, their growing consciousness of feeling uncomfortable as a woman led in 1936 to a series of surgeries to become male, and he was provided with a doctor's letter to that effect. Later that year, he told the Western Morning News that he was delighted to now live in my true element. On the 8th of July that year, he married Alberta Bray, a childhood friend from Prince Rock. Mark told an American newspaper, "I was born and reared in Arreston. I think without undue vanity, I showed pluck by continuing to live here, where everybody knows my story, but my old neighbours are very kind and want the rest of the world to let me alone." Mark died in Freedom Fields Hospital in 1978, and his widow died here in Plymouth in 1995. We owe it to Mark and Alberta Worston as pioneers, and to all of Plymouth's past, current and future trans, intersex and non-binary citizens and their families to do our best and get this right. Lord Mayor, I move.
Thank you, Councillor Penberthy. We'll move to the vote now. That's the vote on the amendment. Please, using the buttons on your unit, green in favour, red against, amber to abstain. The motion as amended is passed, so we now return to the substantive motion. Does anybody else wish to speak on the substantive motion? Do you wish to speak?
I will, thank you, Lord Mayor. I want to start by recognising the really powerful contribution from Councillor Tippett. His words were incredibly powerful, timely and moving, and I want to hold space for his contribution, particularly his fear and his anger, because in this conversation what we should be doing is centering trans voices. I'm really saddened again that my Labour colleagues are showing cowardice instead of leadership in an area as vital as trans rights. Nice words are not actions, they know that as well as I do. And the words were very nice. I'm incredibly sad, angry and frustrated that this is where the conversation has gotten to. I believe and wholeheartedly hope that one day we'll look back at this period with a great deal of shame for the way that trans people have been vilified and stigmatised, because trans people are just people trying to live their lives authentically to who they are. To members in this chamber and to those in the community who maybe just don't get it, I understand. For many of us, gender feels just so intrinsically us that we've never even thought to question it. The same is often true for sexuality. And for myself, when I was questioning my sexuality in my late 20s, it was a really unraveling, difficult and fear-filled and ultimately liberating experience. But I am always in awe at the strength and resilience it takes to live your life truthfully and authentically as our trans neighbours do. My womanhood isn't threatened by trans women, it is enriched by them. My feminism isn't at odds with pro-trans views, it is integral to them, as dismantling systems of oppression lies at the heart of my feminism. I'm worried for what the ruling means for my trans friends. I'm worried for what it means that women who don't follow typical standards of femininity. I'm angry that the lives of less than 1% of a population are being turned into a culture war, because we have so much bigger things to worry about than stepping on the personal liberties of an already marginalised group.
Councillor McClegg, can you please finish your sentence?
Yep. The reality is that while we wait for final guidance, people are suffering. Do I not still have like 2 minutes? Yeah. Sorry, thank you, Lord Mayor.
Apologies, I think you have 5 minutes, not 2.
That's all right. This ruling doesn't make me safer as a woman. It's confusing and rolling back the fact that trans, non-binary and intersex folk have been freely used in toilet facilities that pass the line for themselves for decades without problems. And the reality is that while we wait for final guidance, people are suffering, real people in our communities right now, today. The Council should act to protect residents from discrimination and ask the Minister for clearer guidance so that people can continue to navigate this city safely and authentically. I hope everyone takes a moment to pause after this to reflect on what's happened in the Chamber here today.
Councillor Tippett, would you like to sum up?
I would. Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Whilst I reflect on this debate today, one thing is made clear, and that is that there is real lessons to still be learned when it comes to the rights of transgender people, but also real lessons when it comes to the responsibilities of government. I note in my motion that the United Kingdom has a doctrine of parliamentary sovereignty. In fact, it was one of the first things that I was taught about when I took my law degree here at the University of Plymouth. Parliamentary sovereignty, for anyone that's not familiar with the concept, means that MPs can legislate on anything during their term, and it doesn't matter what's happened in previous parliaments. The Equality Act 2010 was legislated on when I was just 9 years old. I now stand here, aged 24, and clearly a lot has changed. If we're not taking the right actions to express that to ministers, that the interim guidance is leaving too many unanswered questions and too many certainties because times have moved on since I was 9 years old with a really embarrassing High School Musical hat on, playing in the mud on Burnham-on-Sea beach because apparently I thought that that was a really cool thing to do, then I don't know where we'll go next. And I just finish by saying, please listen to trans voices in this. Time and time again, trans voices are being left out of the conversation, and that's why I was so angry with this amendment today. It would have been one thing to have a collaborative conversation with me to add things, or maybe, yes, you wanted to specifically direct something to a cabinet member. I appreciate that. But to actually take away one of the points of the letter to the minister demanding that urgent action and leadership from government, as you know, going back to my parliamentary sovereignty point, it is incredibly disappointing. This could have been done differently, but you chose to shy away from challenging your own party in government. And I'm very, very sorry that it has ended this way. But one thing I will never be sorry for is standing up for people who don't have a voice. I will never be sorry for standing up and saying the difficult things. And I will never, ever be sorry for being an openly trans person in a very hostile environment. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tippett. Thank you, Councillor Tippett. We now move to the vote on the substantive motion as amended. Would you please vote using the buttons on your unit: green in favour, red against, amber to abstain. The motion is carried. We now move to item 13, questions by councillors. Can I invite members to ask any questions of the leader, cabinet members or committee chairs? Please indicate you would like to speak by raising your hand and I will call you to speak. Please note there's up to 45 minutes for this question and answer session. I would ask that cabinet members, when responding, do not turn round and continue to face forward, please, so it's easy for you to speak into the microphone. Questions should be no more than 1 minute long and answers no more than 2 minutes. Members may ask one supplementary question, not a statement, which must be related to the original question they asked. The same time restrictions apply. Councillor Lugger.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. My question is to Councillor Briers-Delve. I fully appreciate there are many circumstances beyond the control of this. The ponds at Central Park, is there any light at the end of the tunnel? I understand there's issues with contractors and various other sort of intervening factors, but perhaps you could give Council an update where we are, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lugger. That's an understandable and fair question, and it's good to have the opportunity to update Council
So you're correct in one of the assumptions you made. We were let down by a previous contractor, which had not been fulfilling their side of the bargain. So we have since appointed a new contractor. As I'm sure you'll appreciate, new contractors take a little bit of time to mobilise staffing and the machinery required. They required a 3-week period to get on site for the scale of the project that this is. We're hoping for the work to be done by the end of this summer. Thank you.
A supplementary? Councillor Wood.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. This is for Councillor John Stevens. Thank you for responding to my member's written question on the formal pedestrian crossing facilities that I've requested for St Edward's Primary School and Manadon Vale Primary School. I've raised this multiple times in this chamber and with officers with little progress made. I'm disappointed to read your response that neither location justifies formal pedestrian crossing facilities, that Manadon School are comfortable with the existing arrangements, and that no mention of a need for a crossing has been made by St Edward's Primary. This is in stark contrast to my many conversations with parents, residents and teachers. Specifically, one teacher writes that she is leading the Safer Journey to School campaign at Manadon Vale and have met several times with Fred Thomas, Suzanne from Plymouth City Council and others and officers to address the dangerous junction, yet we are still not making any progress. Will the executive member reflect on his previous answer and agree to meet with me, fellow ward members, teachers and officers to drive forward these much needed crossings, please?
Thank you, Councillor Wood, for your question. Yes, I do recall your question and the response I provided for you. I would be happy to meet with you and Councillor Blight and colleagues in the ward with the road safety officer for her to share her conclusions of her previous information with the school, and I would be happy to further that. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary? Councillor Nay.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to Councillor Evans. It's in response to quite a few emails that I've received from Southway residents, and they want to know about some transparency with the up-and-coming mayoral referendum. One has written to ask if the claims online by the Labour-supported Plymouth Knows Better about the 1.5 million costs. Could you disclose details of how these costs have been calculated? And can you confirm whether it was the council officers that did the costing or whether it was politicians that did the costing? Thank you.
Councillor Evans?
First of all, I'm happy to answer, but I wondered, is it a question for me? Because I'm not actually running the campaign. I'm the leader of Plymouth City Council. I would have thought it'd be better addressed to the people who are running the campaign, which is not a council campaign as far as I understand it. Though I can tell you, Councillor Nay, because if you're on the internet at all, that we've got a page on the website which explains how that 1.5 million figure was arrived at. And in fact, it was posted on a number of socials a couple of days ago. So you could probably point your constituents to that, or you could pass on the emails to the Plymouth Knows Better campaign. I'm sure they'd be happy to answer.
Do you have a supplementary?
Yes, please, Lord Mayor. So could you just confirm if it was the figures were costed from Plymouth City Council, or were they costed from politicians?
Councillor Sproston.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. This question is for the Cabinet Member of Roads and Transport, Councillor John Stevens. For 8 years, residents of Charlton Road have been asking for the right turn off Tavistock Road to be reinstated. In the 2 years I've been elected, I have fought for these residents and made a promise to return that. And I would begin work and campaign to get this right-hand turn back. Hundreds of local residents have had their daily commute extended and quite often get stuck in traffic lights needlessly, causing excessive frustration and road emissions. The residents have been extremely patient, most of them, but something I can say collectively that they are very deserving and warrant being cared for and should be given the ability to get home quicker like they used to be. I understand the size of this project and the complexity surrounding it, and I appreciate the hundreds of hours poured into it regarding the planning along with some of the complex negotiations. Whilst this is appreciated, the residents of my ward, with myself, would like to know one thing. Where is the council in regards to this issue, and when will we physically see these roadworks begin and this project started?
Thank you, Councillor Sproston, for your question, and I think I'll make it the day for you and those are the residents who live in and around Charlton Road. I'm pleased to say there's been positive progress with third-party landowners that will enable an essential link to be built that will retain access for residents during the construction of the Charlton Road scheme. And these enabling works are programmed to start this summer. This will bring the significant benefit of a reduced construction programme and a reduced impact on residents and wider users of the A386. We're finalising details of the construction programme and expect to proceed to contract shortly, allowing us to deliver on our promise to residents in the Budshead ward to get the Charlton Road scheme built to enable traffic-controlled access from the south of Tavistock Road. So you can start sleeping from this minute.
Do you have a supplementary?
No, thank you, my Mayor.
Councillor Cudahy.
There we are. Thank you, Lord Mayor. A question for Councillor Penberthy on travellers. And I ask this question on behalf of Councillors Gosling, Moore, Morton and others. Lots of wards across the city have been visited by travellers over the course of the last 12 months. Our residents don't like it. And I wonder whether he would agree to meet with me and some of the other councillors, indeed any councillor who wants to come to that meeting, to have a discussion about refreshing and reviewing the council's current strategy in relation to travellers.
Thank you for your question. I remind members that it was only about a fortnight ago that we provided an all-member briefing on this topic and offered the opportunity for discussion. If you'd like to give me a list of members so we can try and work it out. If it's much more than about 5, we'll just rerun that session because that will be the easiest way to do it. But other than that, yes.
Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Cudahy?
No, thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Steele.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I hope you'll indulge me in congratulating you in your first council meeting. You do remind me a lot of a very stern German ambassador. I saw it when I was working with the UN, who kept people to time. Now, now I should really have my question prepared because yeah, I'm good at reading quickly. So my question is to Councillor Lang. I understand the new Families First Children's Services team is going live today. Can you explain what this will mean in terms of how children's social care teams will work with children and families?
Thank you, Councillor Steele. Thank you, Lord Mayor. If it's all right with you, I'm going to remain sitting. I've had an update, actually. The Families First Children's Services team did launch today and it's gone really well so far, touch wood. It's a really brilliant development. It's the new multidisciplinary team, which includes the multi-agency safeguarding hub, which we call the MASH, and the team who've previously provided our out-of-hours response. It's been developed to respond to concerns and referrals where children and families need more help or protection. The hours have been widened, so it will be running from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Saturdays, Sundays, and bank holidays. And outside of these hours, an emergency duty service will be on call, reviewing any overnight inquiries to ensure children at immediate risk of significant harm, urgent adult safeguarding risks, and immediate risk of homelessness get an urgent response. And if a member of the public or a professional thinks a family needs more help or has a safeguarding concern about a child or a young person, they can contact the Families First team on 01752 668 000. This number is available 24/7. The service will be using a conversation-based approach to support information sharing and decision making. And the newly extended hours will mean that professionals, including teachers, police officers and health staff, are able to get advice and support at a time that better suits their work patterns. It will also mean children, families and vulnerable adults are supported with the right help at the right time. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Steele?
No, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Penrose.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is for Councillor Evans. With the University of Plymouth proposing significant redundancies in academic staff and including closures in the public-facing arts provision, the gallery and the cinema, and ongoing redundancies in the Arts University, does the leader think that this would be a really good moment to try to bring together the heads of those institutions and possibly Mahjong as well, to have a really good conversation about what the city needs? Because I'm really sorry to hear these things, but I think it affects our culture plan that we've put there, and it's so buoyant. But if you take out those particular, crucial bits of teaching, we don't know what might happen. So it could be the time for a collaborative move, thinking about how we safeguard those amenities so that we get the civic provision that we really want. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Penrose. The three universities play such an important and active part in civic life now in the city. It's difficult to imagine what it would be like without them. I mean, happily, we're not going to be without them, but we're certainly seeing at the moment a reduction in what they are able to do in civic life. You mentioned culture, a huge part to play in that. They play a really big part in our growth board, talking about our Growth Alliance Plymouth and our ambitious plans for economic development. And also as well as Destination Plymouth, and in a myriad other ways, plus the volunteering that university students do as well, which we mustn't forget about. So I think your suggestion that we convene something is a very good idea. Whether individual universities will want to discuss their own individual problems with us and with each other remains to be seen. But I think the opportunity for having a discussion about how we move forward is incredibly important, and I thank you for raising it today.
Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Penrose? Councillor Freeman.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would like to ask a question of the Leader of the Council. Leader, would you like to join me in paying respect, please, to Mr. Steve Hornton, who tragically passed away suddenly on the 11th of April this year at the young age of 63. Mr. Hornton was a Devonport resident, and he was one of the Devonport Five. He helped to create Devonport People's Dreams, which eventually led on to the New Deal for Communities funding and DRC partnership, thanks to the Labour government at the time. This was a funding programme of 10 years to regenerate Devonport and had substantial, wide-reaching benefits for the whole of Plymouth. Sorry. Technology. The impact that the Devonport Five have made is still seen within the area today and across Plymouth. The Devonport Five consisted of Steve Hornton, who now deceased, Sam Swaby, also deceased, Eric Johns, aka Mr. Devonport, also deceased, Mary Ross, who sadly passed away, and Lynn Bell, who remains with us. And I take this opportunity to pass my condolences onto the family.
Freeman, could you please complete your sentence?
I remember those names, all of them, very well indeed. I've paid tribute to other actors in that drama in the past. John Prescott, in particular, who invented New Deal for Communities, of course, and people like Chris Watts and all, who had a lot to do with Pembroke Street and the stuff there. Also, it goes further back than that, where you live, actually. It goes back to those days done with you. But look, terribly sad that another of the famous Five has gone. They knew the community because they lived in the community. and they lived for Devonport. They worked really hard at a time when that wasn't the best place in the city to live for a variety of reasons. But their vision and their belief in the power of the community in which they lived, they knew that if they were given the chance that they could do something special. And I think they have. Talking to Linda Gilroy, who wasn't the MP, but she did so much to behind the scenes as well to help get that money. That is so much of it have happened as a result, not just the physical rebuilding of Devonport, but I think the emotional and spiritual and community rebuilding of Devonport. So I'm sad that Steve has passed, as I was to hear the other day. He was an incredible individual, and the best of Plymouth and the best of Devonport.
Councillor McNamara.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is for Councillor Lang. Some people may think youth centres are a bit old-fashioned as a concept, but I know exciting things are happening at the one in my ward of Efford. Can you tell me what we can expect when the refit work is complete, please?
I'll try and stand up for this one. Yes, so I'm very excited about what's happening in Efford as well. Thanks to 1.2 million in funding from sources including the Youth Investment Fund, Climate Emergency Impact Fund, and essential maintenance budgets, we've not only saved a valued community asset, but we are future-proofing it. Worn out, outdated equipment is being replaced with modern resources, computers, incredible sports gear, music and cooking facilities, and young people in Efford will have access to a broader range of activities than they've ever had before. This is smart, sustainable, future-facing investment, helping young people in Efford and beyond to thrive, and I'm very, very excited about it, and I can't wait for me, Councillor McNamara, Councillor Murphy and Councillor Hendy to go and pay our first visit to Efford when it is open to our young people. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary, Councillor McNamara? Councillor Tippett.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. My question is for Councillor Lang, the Cabinet Member for Children's Services. As we both know, we're both really passionate about our looked after children in the city and the fantastic contribution that they have to make to life here. And we're both also really passionate about them finding their forever homes. So, as I'm sure she can imagine, I was really disappointed when back in April, the government announced a 40% cut to the amount available for each child from the annual £50 million Adoption and Special Guardianship Support Fund. I was wondering whether she could update us on any conversations that she's had with government ministers expressing Plymouth's disappointment in this, and if she's able to update on any movement on this as well.
I've asked this question myself, and when I get a response, I'll be happy to share it with you, Councillor Tippett.
Councillor Ricketts.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Question for Councillor Tudor-Evans. There is a very large Palestinian flag hanging over Jewish graves in Central Park. Why is your Labour Council doing nothing about it?
I'm not sure I was aware of that, Councillor Ricketts. How long has it been there? And why haven't you written to me before about it?
Well, I don't know where you've been, and I don't know if your Peveril councillors, I'm absolutely amazed that you've not heard of this before. It's been all over social media, and it's a particularly big issue. I'm surprised your Peveril councillors haven't contacted you about it. I've been liaising with the Planning Enforcement Department via email, etc., and phone calls, and they are saying they aren't taking. There's two routes to take. One of them is to pursue the planning enforcement, which we have the powers to do, and the other is to do nothing. I urge you to take some action. Will you do that, please? It's completely disrespectful what's happening there for a myriad of reasons. Please take action. Will you do that?
Don't mind, Chris. Councillor Penberthy can answer the question. Yeah, well, I didn't know about it. So, I mean, you can either play the game or I can give you an answer through Chris Penberthy. Which would you prefer, the political point or the actual point?
Thank you, and thank you for the indulgence, Lord Mayor. I raised this issue when the Palestinian flag was raised there just after the Hamas incursion into Israel and Israel's response. And I have been talking to members of both communities at that time and since. I think, personally, that the family who has chosen to raise that flag there is showing total insensitivity. And if someone was to raise a flag they objected to over their mother's grave, they would probably hit the roof. However, there are questions around legality and enforcement and what can and can't be enforced on. We have recently had some advice from a Jewish legal firm that has said that we might be able to do some things that we hadn't thought about. We have taken Casey's advice, and I'm expecting to be briefed this week on it. I can assure you that if at any point we can get that flag down, I would be there right away. In fact, there are people who vandalise flags on our flagpoles because they don't like them. And we recently had one of our flagpoles vandalised for flying the Progress Pride flag. I'm not saying I would commit vandalism and cut down and steal the halyards and the flag, but we will work as fast as possible to remove it. I don't think it should be there. I've never thought it should be there. I've been raising this with officers and we have been looking at it. I think you are misrepresenting the situation because you are reacting to what has been said on social media rather than the ongoing discussions that we've been very sensitively having with both the Jewish and Palestinian communities in the city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Ricketts, do you have a supplementary?
I had the supplementary. It got passed over, but we'll leave it there and we'll watch this space. Thank you.
Councillor Noble.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is a question for Councillor Borisdale. We've seen in my ward, lots of people were enjoying some of the conservation activities and the animal hour that happened in half term, and the Urban Tree Festival we had a couple of weeks ago, and Councillor Maclay came and helped out with the tree nursery one day. But I keep seeing adverts for a big green trail. How can my residents get involved with that?
Thank you, Councillor Noble. I'm really glad you're able to engage with some of the events at Poole Farm as well. So Big Green Trail is an event which we set up last year and has become an annual event. It's led by the Council's Net Zero team, particularly some incredible officers in the Behaviour Change Department, Neve, Faye and Lou Brooke in particular. It's an event that's taking in a couple of weeks' time. It's on a Saturday, I think Saturday 21st off the top of my head. I'd encourage all councillors to come along if you can. Essentially, it's being held in 6 sites across the city, indoor and outdoor venues. There's over 40 local organisations and businesses involved, and it's all about family-friendly activities to engage people with climate-related discussions. We'll be celebrating the new winners of the Climate Legends competition, which again is a really great grassroots example. And I'll make sure that an invitation is circulated to everyone here today. Thanks.
Supplementary. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. This is for Councillor Evans, please. Were the Council's proposals for local government reform enacted, as you noted earlier? And were Plymouth to vote in favour of the referendum to have a directly elected mayor/leader? Have we had guidance from government as to whether that elected position would remain in place or not in the new council's government's arrangements?
We've raised that issue because, of course, there will be a number of people in a slightly modestly expanded Plymouth that will, about 30,000 people, that will have had no say in the referendum at all. It's a bit like Brexit, but not quite, where some people were left out that could have been invited in. But seriously, we've had no guidance. We have raised it, and we will continue to raise it because it's very much an issue. I think it's unlikely, if I could say, to people outside of Plymouth that they will be given a vote in that because the timing of when LGR will happen will probably be slightly out of kilter with the referendum. Well, not quite, by quite a lot. But it will mean, of course, that the people outside will be ruled by somebody that they had no say in electing.
Yes, thank you, my Lord Mayor. Are the Council's proposals for local government reform only being developed for the initial preferred option, or is the Council continuing to investigate and assess multiple options so we can generate additional evidence such as service provision, amendment of contracts, change of employment and finances in order to create a fuller picture of what the public would prefer through the consultation currently advertised and anything in the future?
It's really important when we're building the case for the October-November submission of our case that we can demonstrate, firstly, viability. I mean, there are a number of planks to it, which I think we've shared with you before. So there are no alternatives being considered now. We continue to press ahead with what was agreed a few weeks ago in here. Of course, there are things that have changed outside of Plymouth with the election of a new administration in Devon and a new administration in Cornwall, actually. And these things are affecting our related but separate discussions around metro mayors and combined authority mayors, which I think you raised at the last meeting we had. I think our case still remains very sound. We've had some very successful meetings, as I implied earlier on, with, for example, parish councils, both chairs and town clerks there. And that has given us quite a bit of insight, actually, into the needs of those communities. But we need to do more. I've met with a number of district council leaders in South Hams as well to talk about these issues. And every conversation gives us new insight into the desires of those communities, and we continue to have those, as I outlined earlier on. But I think our case is very compelling. We're a viable local authority that provides excellent services, 370 I think we heard earlier on. And we think the case for our continuation rather than abolition is very strong.
Councillor Rainsford.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've had some emails and concerns raised with me by residents and by the Home Neighbourhood Forum regarding disposable barbecues and the damage they do to the Hoe and at Devil's Point. But there are obviously wider issues in that they could actually start a grass fire, and short grass does burn as well when it's dry. They also cause bin fires, and we lost a couple of bins last year because people just threw these barbecues into inappropriate bins. So my question is to Councillor Borres-Delve, what can we as a council do, perhaps working with the fire service, to highlight, prevent and discourage inappropriate use of these types of barbecues?
Thank you for the question. Seems strange answering next to me. So first of all, I agree with your concerns and those raised by the Home Neighbourhood Forum. We were actually there recently as a cabinet for the photo with Councillor Stevens, and we were standing there right next to Smeaton's Tower, and the Hoe is the jewel in the crown of Plymouth, isn't it? And to be surrounded by several examples of the damage that is done by disposable barbecues is quite worrying. What I'll do is I'll share my most recent correspondence with officers around this. This is an area that touches upon quite a few different departments. So you've got the environmental protection side of it. You've obviously got the street services side of it from a parks point of view, but there are also legal aspects as well. For instance, if we decided to go down the PSPO route to show that there is a sufficient level of harm in order for us to do that. And then, of course, the consultations required by that kind of process. My personal view is one that you've already said yourself, which is that the primary concern isn't the aesthetic, although in somewhere like the Hoe that is very important, but it's one of the, particularly in the reality that we have with climate change. When you look at what happened last year with Mount Edgecombe and the fire that was started there, short grass spread very quickly in windy conditions, and with somewhere coastal like the Hoe, that would be incredibly alarming. So I'll update you on the correspondence I've had over the last few weeks with officers. It's certainly something that we're looking at. Thank you.
Councillor Matt Smith.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is for Councillor Bryce-Delve. Residents in Higher Compton for quite a long time had access to a really lovely green space called Bedford Park. But years ago now, it was kind of closed off by the care home that was on site. There was an original agreement to keep access for the public, but over time that's slowly kind of been eroded, and now the gates are locked and people can't get in. I know I've raised this with you before, so I was just wondering if there's an update on what progress has been made. Thank you.
Thank you. And first of all, I'd commend your tenacity on this topic. This is a case that's been going on for years, if not decades. And it's brilliant that you, as a new councillor, have listened to the views of residents and been battling to make progress happen on it. It's been complicated over the last year by a change of ownership of Green Acres Care Home. The previous owner had correspondence with the council on it, and we've had to essentially start afresh with a new owner. The new owner does not live in Plymouth, and Green Acres are maintaining that it has to be the new owner who has an in-person conversation with the council around these issues, and that has made diarising essentially impossible. But I've reiterated to the service director to make this a priority. They are very ready to meet with Green Acres to discuss this, and there are balancing priorities associated with it. I share your passion for the right to roam and the views of residents around that. The care home also have strong opinions on the safeguarding of vulnerable residents there as well, and so there are complexities about a potential solution which will hopefully balance both of those sides of the argument. Thank you.
Councillor Ricketts.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Question to Councillor Stevens. Welcome into the new role. I've been there. I've raised this a few times with Councillor Coker, and I raised it with my ward colleague today at the break, and we just want to move this forward. There's on Central Park Avenue, there is this continual, I don't know how to describe it. It's just a mess in the walkway, where the Central Park there's huge drainage. It's been going on for 4 or 5 years now. Now there's been a change we did have follow-up meetings, which was great. They weren't where we want them to be, because I don't believe we are where we want to be. Things have slowed down on communication. I believe the staff member is moving on. We've obviously got a change of cabinet member. Could you please pick this up with vigour with Councillor Bryce-Dale and new staff members concerned, and communicate with me and Councillor Holloway on how we can get this resolved, because it's a real frustration for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ricketts. On behalf of Councillor Holloway as well, if you're concerned about this, I believe the issue that you're describing has been passed on to the Chief Executive's office, because it's a corporate property issue. But I'll assure you I will follow this up and pursue a way to take it forward and gain a greater understanding of the situation. So thank you for raising it.
Do you have a supplementary?
I'll watch this space. Hopefully he'll get back to us as soon as possible.
Councillor Poyser.
Lord Mayor. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Question to Councillor John Stevens. Congratulations on your new post. I'm sure you're going to do a great job because we've previously had some dialogue already on matters relating to Chadderwood, so I'm sure you're going to be brilliant. We're constantly getting inquiries and concerns coming in from residents around traffic in the east of the city. Obviously, we welcome the Freeport and the employment that brings within the area. We've also got the expansion of Sherford as well. I was wondering whether we could perhaps organise a briefing session with officers just to go over what the plans are in terms of sustainable transport in that area. I know we've got the Devon County Council pedestrian and cycle bridge coming in, which we welcome. But what else is there in the area in terms of how we can alleviate or improve transport in that area? We would welcome a briefing of some kind.
Councillor Poyser, and a good question as well. As well as the issues you mentioned with the bridge, there is a commitment as well in the Sherford plan for the consortium to provide a park and ride, and this is part of a conversation Councillor Cogan and I have had recently about precipitating that, because that should help, not just picking up people to go along the A38, but to avoid them coming through the built-up areas, heading for Derriford or Dockyard or whatever. But I will be happy to arrange a meeting with you for us to have a clear understanding of what's happening now and what should be happening in the future. Thank you.
Supplementary?
Thank you. That's good news. So yeah, welcome news as well around the progression of the park and ride. On the other side of the A38, the Chadderwood side as well, with increased traffic coming in and out of Langage, Glen Road, Steer Park Road. It'd be useful to focus in on there as well and just see what we can do. But a briefing that'd be fantastic. Thank you so much.
Councillor Cuddihy.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. A question for Councillor Aspinall. I think I'll probably speak for everybody in here. Impressed at the speed with which the construction work on the diagnostic centre at Colin Campbell Court is proceeding. But I wonder if Councillor Aspinall can give us an update on the overall project, and in particular, some indication of when it might be operational. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And yes, it is going up at a speed, isn't it? I was there about months ago, and they were certainly doing things with dirty great cranes and pouring cement and goodness knows what. So they're certainly getting the foundations sorted out and all the stuff that has to go under to support a building like that. But as far as we're aware, it should be up and running by September-ish next year, but we'll need to watch that space because obviously things can happen that will prevent it from doing that. But I'm really fortunate in that the team from the hospital keep me updated, and I periodically go down there. I mean, now I'm allowed to go down by myself because Councillor Lowry has handed it over to me. So we go down there and I'm shown a little bit of what's happening and the hospital update. And of course, it's going to be a brilliant thing for taking some of those pressures off Derriford. And that's got to be essential for the people in our end of the city, especially those that aren't so able and easily able to get up to Derriford Hospital. And that to me is what's important. So yes, I'm certainly keeping ahead of it. And I go to the ICB board meetings now, and it was really reassuring to know that the ICB had made sure that there was money to carry on that work, that we weren't going to get caught in any squeeze that was happening. So really good news, and of course there'll be good employment there as well, which is another pro as far as we're concerned. So happy to keep the council informed at our next meeting.
Nothing further, Lord Mayor, thank you.
Councillor Ricketts.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've enjoyed this afternoon. Many city mayors across the country are Labour city mayors. Why are Labour councillors and the Plymouth Knows Better campaign consistently posting that Labour will be scrapping city mayors?
Who's your question to, Councillor Ricketts?
Tudor Evans, the leader of the council.
Sorry about this. Last time I looked, this wasn't my responsibility. I think I did say earlier on that I'm not running the No to a Mayor campaign. That's a cross-party campaign involving most of the political parties in Plymouth. There are only 13 city mayors in the country, by the way. I think it's important that that's remembered because, and most of them are based in the southeast of England, either in London or just around Bedford, Tower Hamlets, and so on and so forth. So that I know you're a keen student of politics, but there was a thing called a white paper that came out a little while ago now, where there was a clear statement in the white paper that said that the devolution model featuring single authority mayors was going. That's city mayors, they're going. So that's, I guess, what they're using. Do you have different legislation you can quote?
Facts of the matter is that is a proposal and it is not a fact. Many things can happen before that gets enacted. If it does get enacted, things change. To say that city mayors will be scrapped is factually incorrect.
What's your question? Anybody else have one final question?
Lord Mayor, colleagues, amazing friends and colleagues, I hope you'll indulge me in this one without yelling out a point of order. My question is actually going to be to the Lord Mayor, if that's permitted. Can I ask the Lord Mayor if she has enjoyed chairing her first full council meeting?
I have enjoyed it thoroughly, thank you. That concludes the business of the full council. Thank you, members, for your time and engagement. I wish you and those watching a good evening and hope you all stay safe and well. Thank you.